Good morning. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Getting a little hot again today. We'll have sunshine, our high near 90. Check out the forecast and traffic in just 5 minutes. The FBI is now confirming that the alleged 14-year-old shooter who killed 4 people and wounded 9 others at his Georgia high school yesterday had been on their radar since last year. Online threats received in May of last year led the Jackson County Sheriff's Office to send investigators to the home of the then 13-year-old boy to interview him and his dad. But there was no probable cause for arrest, so the only thing they could do was to alert the schools to monitor the boy. He is now identified as Colt Gray. Elizabeth Newman is a former assistant secretary of the Department of Homeland Security.
Sadly, this is a pretty common occurrence with mass attackers where they have some sort of previous engagement with law enforcement.
Yeah, fellow students say that Colt left their algebra class minutes before the shooting began, some believing he was just skipping class. Counselors are on hand for the students today, and the schools remain closed. Other news, the pastor of Global Vision Bible Church says his Mount Juliet home was a target by a gunman. He talked with Channel 4.
It's scary. You know, we live maybe a quarter mile from his house there, and I have kids, and that's definitely concerning that somebody is like that roaming around the neighborhood.
Investigators confirmed that the home was hit by between 30 and 50 bullets late Tuesday night. The man, his name is Pastor Locke, thinks that he missed encountering the shooter by mere minutes based on his security footage at his property. Market Numbers report. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
Stocks closed mixed midway through a holiday-shortened week. The Dow rose 38 points while the Nasdaq fell 52 and the S&P closed down 9. A new report with a mixed picture of the job market. The nation's employers posting fewer job openings in July than they did in June. Another sign that hiring is continuing to cool. There were 7.7 million open jobs in July, down from 7.9 million in June, and the fewest since January of 2021. Layoffs rose from just over 1.5 million to just over 1.75 million, the most since March of 2023. That number, however, is still historically low. The CEO of Kroger insists customers will see lower prices if the chain's merger with Albertsons is allowed to proceed. The FTC is worried, though, that the deal would create less competition and raise prices. Members of the Nordstrom family teaming up with a Mexican retail group to take the department store chain private again.
And futures this morning are on the mixed side, but the Dow futures are up 31 points right now. S&P futures, they're also in positive territory, up 1.5. NASDAQ futures, however, are down 26 points. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
507 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Along with Joan Jones and Johnny B, I'm Dan. How are you? So we have a lot to talk about today. Of course, we had the school shooting in Georgia yesterday. And I want to highlight a specific part of the conversation. And we'll do that as the morning continues along. Because I think that there's one point that really does need to be brought up. And that is that Kamala Harris, she is on record as saying that she doesn't believe that there should be armed SROs in schools. This shooting yesterday was stopped by an armed SRO. And so this has got to be something that is brought up during the debate. I would hope, even though this is not going to be in the rules, I would hope that Donald Trump, one way or another, will be able to ask Kamala Harris, do you still feel like our schools should be, and I'm air quoting here, demilitarized? Because if you demilitarize our schools, then that shooting that we had yesterday in Georgia, that ends up not 4 people dead, tragically, but now you're talking about, 20, 25 possibly. Because remember the story where the SRO came in, he had a gun, and the shooter, Colt Gray, 14 years old, just put his gun down and said, I give up. But if there's no SRO there with a firearm, then that shooting yesterday was or would be a lot worse. So that's part of the conversation. We have 2 adults, tragically, 2 adults and 2 kids that died. 9 were taken to the hospital. The suspect, again, is this 14-year-old Colt Gray.
His name is Colt, that's C-O-L-T, Gray. He is a 14-year-old student here at the high school. Again, he has been taken into custody. He will be charged with murder, and he will be tried as an adult.
Yeah, they say that he was almost immediately confronted by law enforcement after the phone calls were made and the school resource officers. And again, they were armed, and that's a good thing.
Within minutes, law enforcement was on scene, as well as 2 school resource officers assigned here to the school who immediately encountered the subject within just minutes of this report going out. Once they encountered the subject immediately surrendered to these officers, and he was taken into custody.
It is interesting that he just surrendered. I mean, you don't really see that much anymore because most of the time these kinds of people just want to be taken out by the cops or by an armed SRO. So that's number one. Oftentimes it's more of a suicide mission. But this student, and this is some of the best audio that you're going to hear today. This was a student that was actually inside the classroom as this guy was shooting these students. Now, this girl was not shot, but I want you to listen to how composed she is as she's talking about all this. It's incredible.
Oh, I started running. He started shooting like 10 times. He shot at least 10 times. And then I ran to the back of the classroom. I dived behind the desk, and my teacher had got in front of me like he was guarding. But like the gunshots were so close to me, like my ears started ringing real bad. Like the whole classroom was smoking.
Yeah, and anybody who's done any amount of shooting, and I have, when that smoke happens, I mean, that tells you that you've fired a lot of rounds. But there's one part that I want to make sure that you heard. I want to highlight this one part.
And my teacher had got in front of me like he was guarding.
Yeah, the teacher was guarding this little girl. That teacher
is a hero.
He is absolutely a hero, Joan. And that teacher had to feel helpless because he's got no firearm. He is just, it would be a lot easier for that teacher to just run away. But he didn't. He stayed. He shielded these kids. He tried to block these kids from getting hurt. And I say to the people that are anti-arming teachers, that is a teacher that could have saved lives had that teacher been armed. I think that should be, again, a big part of the conversation, because every time there's these school shootings, there's always, always, always these stories of the teachers that do try to get between a shooter and innocent students. And if those teachers have had the training and they've got the gun, they've got the necessary experience with a firearm to maybe take down a school shooter, how many lives is that going to save? And if these school shooters, if they know that even the teachers are armed, you got an armed SRO and you know that the teachers are armed, then they may not actually hit that school. But you see, that comment from that little girl, that 14-year-old little girl, when she says,
my teacher had got in front of me like he was guarding me.
This is why I feel so passionately about allowing teachers to be armed. Again, as long as they have the proper training. But the story of this little girl, it's an incredible story. She goes on.
When he finally got out of the classroom, my teacher started barricading the door with desks and bookshelves and all that. And then I had got up. When I had got up, I had saw one of my classmates on the ground bleeding so bad. And then when I had moved myself to the other side of the room, because the bookshelf I was hiding behind, it was right in front of the door. So I had moved to the other side, to like this side with my friend. And I was checking on my other friend because he got grazed in his leg. And then there was a white girl that was in front of me. She got shot in her leg and stuff. And then my other friend got shot in her stomach. And it was just so sad.
So with all of that going on, you've got chaos, you've got smoke in the air, you've got blood all over the place. This 14-year-old girl doesn't run away. She goes and she starts checking on her friends to make sure that they're okay. Now, I don't know if her friends were okay or not. I hope that they were. But that tells you a lot about the courage of this little girl. Again, roughly 14 years old. So afterwards, this whole thing is going on. And they ask her, what was going through your mind as all of this was happening?
In the midst of all of it happening, I was just thanking God because, he had his hands around me.
Did you hear that? She's thanking God because he had his hands or arms around her. Going to play that one more time, just because I find it impactful.
In the midst of all of it happening, I was just thanking God because, he had his hands around me.
Just an incredible, incredible story of a little girl showing incredible bravery. Now, coming up next, going to play some audio from Kamala Harris. And yes, we are going to talk about the FBI as well. It's a very busy morning on Nashville's Morning News at 5:15. Time to check the roads on Super Talk. Thank you, Jack. It's going to be a hot day today as far as your weather goes, mostly cloudy and a high of 90 degrees today, right now 70 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So just so many different angles to tackle this Georgia shooting with as far as the ways that we can cover it this morning. But I got accused, of course, I always do, of trying to politicize the tragedy by trying to talk about Kamala Harris and what she said about demilitarizing schools. This is the comment that she made.
Demilitarizing our schools and taking police officers out of schools.
Well, it was those police officers and those SROs that saved the lives of those children. And that's not just some knucklehead talk show host in Nashville, Tennessee. It's the authorities in Georgia that are talking about this.
Obviously, the shooter was armed, and our school resource officer engaged him. And the shooter quickly realized that if he did not give up, that it would end with an OIS, or an officer-involved shooting. He gave up, got on the ground, and the deputy took him into custody.
So that's going to be the question. Lives were saved by a good guy, an officer with the gun. A bad guy was stopped. Vice President Kamala Harris was in New Hampshire, and she was campaigning, and she went off script.
Every day in our country, in the United States of America, that parents have to send their children to school worried about whether or not their child will come home alive. It's senseless. It is. We've got to stop it. And we have to end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all.
So she does this whole thing, and she's talking about the parents and the kids and all this kind of stuff, which is fine. That's what politicians do. But again, it's the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is that this was a 14-year-old kid, and they're not allowed to buy guns, obviously. I believe that perhaps what happened is the kid got the gun from his father. We don't know that as of yet, but if past incidents are any indication. But all of that to say that she talks about parents being worried about sending their kids to school. Well, I don't know about you, friends, but I know that I would certainly be a lot more comfortable with my kids in school if there was an armed SRO, if there was armed security. You see, the Democrats, the only thing they want to do is focus on the gun. That's all they ever focus on. Nobody wants to talk about the bullying. Nobody wants to talk about the social media. Nobody wants to talk about less parental attention. Nobody wants to talk about the psychotropic drugs the kids are on today. I'm not going to go down the road of video games because I don't think that video games actually have anything to do with this. So for me, I think the conversation shouldn't be about guns. I mean, I know that the left will make it about guns, but I don't think that it should be about the guns. It should be about this.
Demilitarizing our schools and taking police officers out of schools.
All right, so if I'm the moderator of the debate, I play that audio bite, and then I say to Kamala Harris, because the debate is coming up in a few days, I say to Kamala Harris, after playing that audio bite, well, one of these officers prevented more carnage in Georgia. What do you say to that? Have you now flip-flopped on that like you flip-flopped on everything else? It's a question. Now, here's the story about the FBI, Joe, and I think this was included in her newscast at the top of the hour. FBI Atlanta. They put out this press release, and so I'm going to read it. FBI Atlanta responded earlier today, they said, to the high school following reports of an active shooter. Throughout the day, FBI personnel have been coordinating with and supporting local and state law enforcement. The FBI will dedicate all available resources as requested to seek justice and bring closure for the victims and their families. Now, they also talk about the meeting they had with this kid, then 13 years old, Colt Gray, and his father. In May of 2023, the FBI's National Threat Organization Center received several anonymous tips about online threats to commit a school shooting at an unidentified location and time. The online threats contained photographs of guns. Within 24 hours, the FBI determined the online post originated in Georgia, and the FBI's Atlanta field office referred the information to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office for action. Now, they did visit, apparently, Colt Gray and his father, but they say that there was nothing there. There was no crimes that they were committing, nothing. And so basically what the Jackson County authorities did was they told the schools to keep an eye on this kid, and that's what they did as he proceeded to shoot up a school. Now, the part of the challenge here for me is I understand. I mean, they no doubt get thousands of these kinds of phone calls every single year. And with the FBI, you don't know which one of these is ultimately going to become, the next school shooter. You just don't. But it is a bad look for the FBI because the father who was in the interview, the father told the authorities there, the FBI, that the kid did not have access to his guns. And I'm obviously assuming that the father told the authorities, the FBI, that they were locked up and the kid didn't have access to them. And then for his part, the kid Colt Gray, told the authorities, told the FBI that he doesn't have any intentions of shooting up a school. Well, we know what happened yesterday. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. It is 5:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Our coverage will continue all day today here on Super Talk. We've got not only yours truly here till 9, Chris Hand, 9 to 12, Matt Murphy till 3, and then it's Brian Wilson for your ride home. It is 5:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super. Did that come in really loud?
What was
it didn't?
that?
All right, maybe it was just me. Joan, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we're going to tell you the one thing that led to a quick response after yesterday's school shooting in Georgia. Also, one of the automakers that you know and love says it's throwing its plans for a lineup of all EV cars into reverse. That's coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Good morning. It's now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And we begin with that Georgia school shooting.
This is everybody's worst nightmare.
It is Governor Brian Kemp there, who offered his prayers for the families of the 4 people who were killed and the 9 others injured after a 14-year-old student attacked his classroom yesterday with a gun. Now, the response from law enforcement was said to be quick, thanks to an updated security system. Barrow County Sheriff Judd Smith.
All of our teachers are armed with a form of an ID called Centegix. And Centegix alarms us and alerts the law enforcement office after buttons are pressed on an ID, and it alerts us that there is an active situation at the school for whatever reason, and that was pressed. And we've had that about a week now.
And he said last night that all 9 of the injured victims will survive. The shooter will be charged as an adult. Meantime, we're learning that a threat was made against several Watertown schools, prompting a lockdown on August 22nd. School board members shared last night that the threat was made through a suicide and crisis hotline. Deputies responded quickly and determined that the threat was a hoax. Well, last weekend's rain certainly helped to relieve drought conditions around here, but burn bans are still in effect in Brentwood, Dixon, and in Gallatin. In Franklin, there's an emergency water shortage, and it's prompted water restrictions. For now, residents are being asked not to fill their pools or water their lawns. This affects about 18,000 customers of the Franklin Water Utility District. And automaker Volvo has hit the brakes on its goal of making only electric vehicles by 2030. The Swedish company now says that it still will offer hybrid models at that point. Volvo and other EV makers have been seeing demand for electric cars slow down over affordability concerns and access to charging stations. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. At 5:32, Dan Mandis here. You know, I am in the middle of a great backyard makeover. I feel like this thing's never going to end. But anyway, I do know the value of updating and upgrading your backyard. And Moon Valley Nurseries, they can help you if you've been thinking about doing the same thing as I am. Now, think about what you would want in your perfect backyard. Then check them out online at moonvalleynurseries.com. Now, you can actually add a ton of livable space to your home when you expand your backyard, not to mention increase the value of your home. Now, if you're not quite sure, because I wasn't, exactly what it is that you need, you can go to their website. They can help you with a free design consultation from Moon Valley Nurseries. You can prepare for any backyard event, big or small. They can help you by creating the perfect setting for anything, big or small. You know, they do like to say, we create the yard, you create the memories. And you do that by reaching out to Moon Valley Nurseries online at moonvalleynurseries.com for whatever you want in your backyard. moonvalleynurseries.com. Be sure and tell them that you heard about them on WTN. 5:37. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into the Gang of Three. Joan Jones, good morning.
Hello there.
Johnny B is here as well. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning.
I'm Dan.
Why is it the boys are back in town? Huh?
Oh, wait, we just killed that. And we're going to change it.
We're changing it, Joan.
Okay.
And
Don't
Joan,
you worry about that.
And Joan, just so you know, I actually wrote a very strongly worded email to make sure that they changed that by today. And guess what happened?
It didn't get changed.
It didn't get changed.
A lot of pull you have around here, buddy.
Clearly, you missed the memo. I have no pull here any longer.
They're pulling him.
Yes.
Which is just the way, I like it.
They're also trolling you, I noticed, on your red eye overnight.
The
liberals.
the hate listeners, the liberals?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Hall & Oates said it best. They only come out at night.
That's the truth. Very good. Yeah.
Even on no sleep, I still got it, baby. Yeah, they were, I don't know what the deal is. I mean, I don't care.
Yeah.
I like, talking to them. The problem is that they throw all of these like stats at you. And you're like, okay, do I have to debunk every single one of these?
Oh, yeah.
Because it's an arduous process, and you don't even, you can't then just have a conversation. Now, again, I don't care because I like the dialogue, but I mean, you could just tell. There was one guy that got really mad at me last night, and I was sort of like, I don't even know what your problem is. He kind of started like attacking me like right off the bat. You know what he said, Johnny? Did you hear the one where he dropped the GD words?
I did not.
Oh.
Guy said GD.
But why? What was his argument?
He was mad at me for what I don't even know what we're talking about. And so I said, you can't say that. I want to have a dialogue with you, but you can't say that on the radio. That's akin to a curse word. Now, I actually don't know if you can say that on the radio or not. I was just so struck by it that they dumped it. And then he said, well, it's not a curse word because GD, I don't believe in God.
Oh.
Oh, wonderful.
So you know what I said to him? I said, you're awfully angry. You might want to rethink that whole not believing in God thing. It might help you.
It might.
Something tells me
Did he hang
cursed.
up on you?
Oh, I had already hung up on him.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
By the way, apparently there's some folks that disagree with me, so I'll get Joan's opinion and Johnny's opinion as well. Talking about the shooter in Georgia.
Yeah.
And I made the mention, I was going through all of the different things that are going on in the world today and some of the different causes that the Democrats just ignore because they're so focused on the gun. And I did mention that I'm not a big believer in video games doing this to being the cause, because I just don't. There are millions and millions and millions and millions of probably billions of people that play video games all around the world. And we don't see billions of people, shooting up schools or what have you. But people did say, well, you're wrong because research has shown that video games actually desensitize kids to violence. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, you can get a study to say anything that you want.
Sure.
That was not my experience with my kids. And that's not my experience with Riker when he plays video games. So I don't know. Joan, what do you think?
My kids played video games, and they're the most normal people I know. If the kids are playing video games and they're violent video games and they grow up in a violent home, if there's some other connection, maybe disconnection to reality, to how, having a mom and dad, the nuclear family in the home that care about them, maybe that's missing. If you put all those parts together, maybe you get a kid that would do something like go shoot up their school.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion.
Well, and then what are you going to do? Okay, so are you going to wipe out the billions and billions and billions of dollars industry and take away the video games that, kids like to play? I got to tell you that, in my own personal experience, all those years of playing Pac-Man, it didn't do a thing to me as far as violence goes.
I'm not sure Pac-Man qualifies, as a violent video. No, maybe, what's that, the one that... The auto carjacking. game?
Johnny, what is it? I know what she's talking about, and I can't think of it either.
Grand
where they
Theft
kill the
Auto.
hookers.
Grand Theft Auto.
Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
There you go. The one where you kill the hookers. That's what I said.
No.
No, they do. They kill hookers in Grand Theft Auto.
Did you play that game? Was that like part of your...
Oh, heavens, no.
Okay.
How would you think I am? I'm like 56. That wasn't around when I was a kid.
Okay.
Literally, I was playing Space Invaders.
Tetris.
And Tetris. Yes, Joan.
One of my favorites.
Space Invaders.
Yeah.
Do you know where I went over the weekend? I was telling you about how I went. We were all over the place over the weekend. We went to the Tanger outlets and all that. We went to a place, I forget what it was called, but it was like an old school arcade. And they had pinball machines.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, yeah. It was great. And so I'm over there and I'm reliving, my childhood by playing, Asteroids and Frogger and all these kinds of games.
The best.
And what's funny is I have always sucked at those games. I don't know what it is. I can't play any better than I'm 56 now. I can't play any better than when I was 13. I just can't. But you know what I actually did? I played pinball machines.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you guys have ever actually played pinball machines, because when I was growing up, pinball machines were on their way out because it was all about, I don't know what you call it, but, kind of live action video games where you've got Asteroids and you've got, Pac-Man and those kinds of games.
Yeah.
So pinball machines were sort of out at that time. Matter of fact, my arcade didn't even have a pinball machine. So I had a really good time. Do you know what pinball machine they had, Johnny? They had Rush. And because, Rush has a pinball game.
Right.
So I played Rush's pinball game. There's one for Guns N' Roses. I mean, this place was really cool. And last thing I'm going to say about this, you walk into this place. Did you guys hang out at an arcade at all when you were kids?
Somewhat.
Yes.
Johnny, do you remember when you'd walk in, what was the smell in an arcade? It was like a combination of cigarettes and the devil's lettuce. And B.O. was like in there as well. Because people spend hours in these arcades. That's what this place kind of smelled like. It brought back all kinds of memories.
Oh, I bet.
I always thought they smelled like old sneakers.
Yeah.
Because it was always kids and they're mostly guys and their feet stank.
Did you, Joan, did they ask you if you were a foot sniffer when they interviewed you? Because that's a little weird.
Smelled like feet.
Foot sniffer Joan Jones coming up with the news at 6.
Teenage boys have smelly feet.
Yes, they do.
They just do. I have
Actually, yes, they. You know what?
Yeah.
They.
And it's not just teenage boys. I've been around teenage girls too. Woo! Honey, put the shoe back on.
If anybody knows my daughter, do not tell her that I said this. There was one day, she was like 10 or 11, and I ran after her around the house with a box of baking soda because I wanted to just like pepper her feet with the damn baking soda. It was so bad. That was my daughter.
There was one time when we were in the car, windows up, and my husband's driving, and he said, what is that smell? Something smells. And then my son put his shoes back on, and the smell stopped, and we understood that he just has a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, it happens. That's why you got to wash your feet. You got to get those socks. You got to, do whatever you need to do. Some people do just have that. And I don't know how you fix that, but I know that some people do have that problem. You know what's interesting?
Odor eaters.
He's married. He's somebody else's problem now.
Did you warn the wife?
I warned her
It's
about all kinds of things.
Have you smelled his feet? Are you sure you really want to do this?
So you had a big, long talk.
Oh, yeah.
Have you guys noticed, there's an interesting article, just since we're, doing the nostalgia thing with arcades, this is an interesting opinion from The Telegraph. We're trapped in a never-ending cycle of nostalgia, and it's terrible for the arts.
I agree.
Now, you know that Oasis is getting back together.
Yes.
Right? So I don't know if you're a fan of Oasis. I can name like one song. But they famously hate each other. They're two brothers.
Brothers, right.
And they hate each other. And so they're saying the point is that we are stuck in this never-ending cycle of nostalgia. They're saying it's terrible for the arts. And what I would say to the arts, well, then why don't you get better product?
Yes.
Because your product sucks. I would rather listen to, although this has changed recently, but I would rather listen to Kim Wilde, Kids in America, for another 100,000 times than listen to whatever crap is on the radio right now, with the exception of Post Malone, because his album and Morgan Wallen, they're actually really good. But it's the age-old problem, right? You want what you're comfortable with,
right?
And you don't understand the music of today. And I totally agree.
No, I can't get into the music of today because too much of it is, number one, it's perfect. And what was great about the 60s, one of my favorite records of all time, Dave Clark 5, Glad All Over. If you can't listen to that song and be happy, there's something wrong with you. But if you listen to the song, there's a lot of mistakes in it. But that's what made it human. That's what made it great. I love to hear people actually playing instruments, and I don't mind mistakes. I really don't.
I take it you guys aren't Swifties.
I'm not. I think she's made some. I think she's actually made some great records. They're great pop records.
Yeah. So I've got a very complicated relationship with Taylor Swift. Actually, Joan, I wish you'd brought this up.
That you have any relationship with Taylor Swift is interesting.
I wish you'd brought this up like 15 minutes ago.
Oh,
because I could go on for 15 minutes. Very quickly. Do you know what I actually tried to do? I'm such an old man. So, yes, Joan, my daughter and I, when she was growing up, when Taylor was growing up, we went to go see Taylor Swift many times. And we saw her open up for Keith Urban. I mean, this was like our thing. And whenever we would drive, she would bring Taylor Swift CDs and so forth. And so, we experienced it as she was growing up. I loved it. More recently, her latest album was such a disappointment to me that I can't even go back and listen to the old stuff. Because it's just, she has become such a petulant adult.
Yes.
That I
yes.
I can't take it anymore.
Yeah.
And so I asked Amy, because I don't know, how do I take out, I'm so irritated with Taylor Swift, I want to take out every single song that she has on my phone. Now who sounds petulant? That would be me.
Well, I don't know if you know this, Dan, but Travis Kelce's team now have called in lawyers.
Yeah.
On the leaked, quote-unquote, contract.
Mm-hmm.
They claim to reveal the exact date his relationship with Taylor Swift would end. They're saying it was a fake PR, quote-unquote, strategy document.
Really?
To give the illusion that their year-long love story was a sham.
Well, who did it? Do they know who did it?
Well, that's what I just can't gather. It says somebody in the team must have done it, according to them. But who knows?
Oh, you mean on the 49? It's not 49. It's the Chiefs, right?
Right.
You mean on the Chiefs? Somebody on the Chiefs?
No, I think
or
it's
somebody on the law team.
I think probably in their PR, whoever handles all of their personal.
All right, so I can clear this up. Travis Kelce has his own PR team. So the document supposedly was seen on the desk of some PR team member. So I figured, and everybody else figured, that this was just, some idiots on Reddit saying, hold my beer.
Yeah.
I'm going to make this go viral because that's what they do. But Johnny, if what you're saying is true, then the PR team is actually admitting that this was a document created within their building.
Yes, that's what they're saying, but it wasn't real. It was just what do they call it?
That thing was long. It was
and
it was single spaced.
And it looked very legal.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, you really went to some extremes for a joke.
Well, listen, if Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce were going to break up on September 28th, which is what that date was, then they can't break up on the 28th. They'll have to wait till the 29th, and then everybody will say, well, see, it was a fake document.
We'll do November 15th. How's that sound?
I bet it's been renegotiated.
Yes. We'll break up at Christmas. How about New Year's Eve? Do we hear that?
Guy says, Brian says this is interesting, and then we got to go.
All right.
How you feel about Taylor Swift is how I feel about the new Star Wars. I actually, Brian, you must have missed the broadcast where we talked about how disappointing the new Star Wars is. Joan?
Yes.
Getting to know you. Are you a fan of Star Trek or Star Wars? No?
Neither. Just like it wasn't. I probably watched, some old Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like as it got all.
So I just want to make sure. So you're not a fan of Star Wars or Star Trek?
Not really.
So you moved here from the Kremlin when you were what age? I'm just. All right. 5:53 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones was coming up in the news at 6.
We'll tell you what's behind a raid on a local police headquarters and its assistant police chief. And also, did you know today is the start of Hunter Biden's tax evasion trial? It begins today. We've got those stories at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 6 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones. We've got to return to warm weather, sunny and 90 degrees today. Also, an accident that has the right lane blocked on 65 northbound. It's at Old Hickory Boulevard. Stick around, the forecast and traffic coming up. We're learning that the 14-year-old student who shot up his Georgia high school yesterday had garnered the attention of investigators last year for threats that he made online. Former Assistant Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Elizabeth Newman, thinks red flags in this case may have been missed.
14 is really young. We usually see individuals older in adolescence when this type of thing happens, 16, 17, 18, 19. Their brains aren't fully developed at this point. The victims deserve justice. And at the same time, we need to recognize that this was a very troubled kid that needed help and didn't get the help that he needed.
In fact, the teenager's aunt posted to Facebook after the shooting saying that the boy dealt with issues on a daily basis without clarifying what the issues were. Well, a raid on the Millersville Police Department and the home of its assistant police chief, Sean Taylor, yesterday. Channel 4's Jeremy Finley says that the raids by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation are part of a wide-ranging investigation.
TBI agents are looking for evidence in connection to 3 alleged crimes: official misconduct, aggravated perjury, essentially lying under oath, and official oppression, when a public figure abuses his power towards a person.
Now, over the past year and a half, Channel 4 has been investigating potential ties to a company accused of providing uncertified people to wear police identification. It's not clear if the raids are related to that investigation. Well, barring a last-minute plea deal, jury selection begins today in Los Angeles for Hunter Biden, going on trial on federal tax evasion charges. ABC's Alex Stone.
In a case brought by special counsel David Weiss, Hunter Biden faces 9 tax-related counts after he was convicted on gun charges in Delaware in June. He's accused here of spending millions of dollars on an extravagant lifestyle without paying $1.4 million in taxes while he was in the throes of a cocaine addiction. Biden has pleaded not guilty, saying he did pay all of the taxes after he became sober in 2019. Jury selection will begin today with a pool of 100 potential jurors.
Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
You're seeing fewer help wanted signs. The labor U.S. employers posted 7.7 million job openings in July, the fewest since January of 2021. Economists suggest hiring could cool further in the months to come. The weak employment numbers played into a mixed stock market Wednesday. The Dow closed 38 points higher, but still just below 41,000. The S&P slipped 0.16%. The Nasdaq lost 0.3%. Shares in U.S. Steel plunged 17% Wednesday on word that the White House plans to block the company's sale to Japan's Nippon Steel. Vice President and presidential nominee Kamala Harris said U.S. Steel, quote, should remain American-owned. Meanwhile, Topgolf and Callaway appear headed for a corporate breakup. The 2 golf-involved companies merged in 2021, but the board at Topgolf Callaway Brands now plans to pursue a separation.
Stock futures this morning mixed. Dow futures are up 19. The S&P futures also up by 1 point, but the Nasdaq is down 21 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. People asking me, what was that place you were talking about, Mandis? During the Gang of Three, Amy and I and Little Riker, we went to a place, I couldn't remember the name of it, but a lot of people wanted to know. Game Terminal is where we went, and it was all kinds of fun with old-time video games, and it's one of my favorite places now. As a matter of fact, Amy and I are planning to go back in the next couple of weeks. So if you're curious, you can find them online. Again, it's Game Terminal. It is 6:08 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. This is one of those days, this is one of those mornings where there is just a lot going on. I want to get right to it. The super text line, by the way, is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Johnny, I need some audio. Donald Trump had a really good town hall last night with Sean Hannity, and I've got to tell you that the president, he was in rare form last night. One of the things that he talked about was Tim Walz, and the fact that Tim Walz's family in Nebraska, do you know that they've come out and not only have they announced their support of Donald Trump, but they've now put out photographs of them wearing Trump T-shirts. It is like the ultimate troll, and this is Donald Trump talking about just that.
His brother endorsed me. I saw it. And his whole family. I saw the picture. And honestly, it was a very nice looking family. But his brother endorsed me and the whole family endorsed me. I said, who are all the people? There's something weird with that guy. He's a weird guy. JD is not weird. He's a solid rock. I happen to be a very solid rock. We're not weird. We're other things perhaps, but we're not weird.
So, I mean, the former president was in a great mood last night. He did talk about the weirdness of Tim Walz. The thing that I love about the conversation with Tim Walz is that about Tim Walz and the Walz family supporting Donald Trump is the fact that Trump, I guess he flew out to Nebraska. He flew out to Nebraska or they came to him, but whatever it was, he takes this big old picture with him just grinning from ear to ear, and he's posing with Tim Walz's family from Nebraska as they're all wearing Trump T-shirts. And so he is posting this everywhere. Trump supporters are posting this everywhere, and of course, tagging Tim Walz on Twitter and the socials and everything else. It was like absolutely major league trolling. I loved it. And so for Donald Trump, I find it interesting because you had the family of RFK. Remember this? RFK, the family comes out and they disavow RFK Jr. because he announced that he was going to support and join forces with Donald Trump. And so the media had all of these relatives of RFK. It was like, you couldn't turn on CNN without seeing one of them. But the family of Tim Walz, nowhere to be found, as you can imagine. His brother actually tweeted out, did you see this? Tim Walz's brother actually tweeted out something to the extent of, my political opinions are completely opposite of my brother's, and oh, the stories that I could tell. So I don't know if Tim Walz's brother is threatening to go public with whatever he's got, but I did find it interesting. The other thing that I really liked about the town hall last night with Sean Hannity is that there are some questions that, number one, were brutally honest. And the former president proved, of course, unlike Kamala Harris, that he can handle things on the fly and he can answer questions, and he has a lot of really good things to say. For example, he was asked about this election, and what is this election really all about?
It's still about the forgotten man and the forgotten woman. The people are being treated horribly in this country. We're a country that's being laughed at all over the world. And I'll be honest, if Joe Biden would be a great president, I would be happier because I want to see what's good for the country. And I would have been very happy. I have very nice places I could be. This is not easy. I got shot at. You know, I mean, I got hit. But you know what? It's very simple, and it starts with make America great again. That's what we have to do.
And people lost their ever-loving minds. And you know, here's the thing. Because I do believe that people do feel forgotten for so many different reasons. You know, the other day, I'm just going to use this as an example. The other day at the DNC, we had Oprah Winfrey telling us,
let us choose joy.
That we needed to somehow choose a joy, and Kamala Harris was the candidate to bring joy. Now, here's the thing, is that for Americans, can we really define what that means? Of course not. That's why I believe that she is starting to level off in the polling. But you know what I would say that joy is? Joy is obviously paying less for groceries and gas, having free speech, even on the socials. Joy is not watching our communities drown in violent, illegal immigration and crime. Joy is not having your government force you to do things that you don't want to do, like vaccines. I think that the American people, I think that they do feel forgotten because we had, 3-4 days at the, I don't know how long that thing was. It felt like a year. But the DNC, and how they were talking about how Kamala Harris is going to bring joy and all of these other things. And you have all of these celebrities that have absolutely no idea what our life is like. And they're trying to convince you that Kamala Harris is going to bring joy when all we have seen out of this administration has been nothing but unhappiness and a nightmare. And that's part of what's going on. Now, coming up, more audio from Donald Trump, last night's town hall with Sean Hannity. That's number one. And number two, a bit of a trigger warning here, but Newt Gingrich had some really interesting things to say about Kamala Harris. That audio as well, straight ahead. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. As far as your weather for today, mostly cloudy, a high of 90 degrees. Right now, 69 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So as you can imagine, during the town hall last night, you had Donald Trump, and he was there with Sean Hannity, and they played for the former president this audio from the current vice president.
Will you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking your first day in office, adding the United States to the list of countries who have banned this devastating practice?
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So, yeah.
So would you ban offshore drilling?
Yes. And I've, again, worked on that.
Do you know what I love is the air of self-importance that Kamala Harris has when she makes these definitive, declarative statements on things that she wants to do. You see, these days, she's not so sure. Back then, she was pretty confident. She said it very declaratively that they were going to ban fracking. And now she's completely changed on that whole fracking thing. Hey, Johnny, I think I came up with it. I kind of accidentally did this. What would you think, because everybody's trying to think of names for like Kamala Harris. What would you think of Flip-Flopula?
I like it.
Flip-Flopula?
Yeah.
Like his Kamala flip-flops, Flip-Flopula.
There you go.
You like that?
I do.
Super texters, what do you think? 615-737-9986. You know what the tragedy is, Johnny? Is that I was so impressed with that I tried to do it on Red Eye.
Yeah.
And in front of like hundreds of thousands of listeners, I shanked the Flip-Flopula. And I don't even know. I tried to do it like 3 times. And there's nobody there to bail me out. And so I'm just what? And I couldn't do it.
Joan!
And then I just kind of moved on from there.
Johnny, he's saying he needs us.
Yes,
That's what he's saying.
That is exactly what I'm
Yes,
saying.
I know.
I need you guys. Anyway, so this is what Donald Trump had to say about Flip-Flopola and her flip-flop on fracking.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania cannot even take a chance because that's the real opinion from her. Now, the whole country would go down the tubes if you didn't do the fossil fuel thing. It just would go. And you can do all sorts of other things. But Pennsylvania can't take a chance that that answer is true. But she's been there for 20 years. That's what she's been saying for a long time. And she will do that. There's no chance that she's going to allow it. The election will take place. If she won, you're not going to have any fracking in Pennsylvania. You have 500,000 jobs. Think of that. It's your biggest business. And you get a big majority of your income from fracking. And you have somebody that's not going to allow fracking. She's not going to allow it. You can't take the chance. You have no choice. You've got to vote for me. You've got to vote for me. You got to.
Yeah, one of the things that Donald Trump said in those edited comments, he talked about what happened in Germany, where they banned fracking and they banned a whole bunch of other stuff, really try to get into that whole Green New Deal kind of stuff in Germany. Now, they banned fracking back in 2017. Over the years, they also shut down their nuclear power plants. And so they were far more dependent on Russia for their oil and their gases and all these other things because they were going Green New Deal and it just didn't work. So they had to go to Russia for a lot of their oil and electricity, and not oil, but their natural gases. And so the problem is then you've got Russia, they get into their war with Ukraine, they invade Ukraine. And now you have Germany in a world of hurt because Russia doesn't have the output that they once did. And so that's what Donald Trump is trying to say. Look at Germany. They banned fracking. They stopped producing nuclear. They counted on Russia for their oil and gas. And then what happens? Russia gets into a war with Ukraine, and now Germany is screwed. And it is really, really impacting their economy. And conservatives have said this forever. We have to be less dependent on oil from our enemies. We have to drill, baby, drill right here at home. And Donald Trump is absolutely right on that. And this is something that, as the former president, if he wins the election, fingers crossed, that we start doing that even more. And I think that'll help in a lot of different ways, obviously with the price of gas, but also I believe that it'll help the overall economy because bottom line here is when the gas prices are really high, it impacts almost everything else within our economy. It is 6:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. And Joan Jones, what is coming up? There it is. What's coming up in the news at 6:30?
Well, we'll tell you what some of those Georgia high school students are saying about yesterday's massacre. Also, we know more information now about a Wilson County school lockdown that took place 2 weeks ago. Those stories are coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Joan. It's 6:21. Dan Mandis here. I want to tell you about my friends at Loan Pronto. Great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are finally going down, and my friends at Loan Pronto have rates that start with a 4. Now, this is the best rate in years. Now, listen, if your current rate is over 6%, you can't dump it and lower your house payment big time. Loan Pronto has locked in folks recently at 4.99% APR. That's right. So whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it is time to call my friends at Loan Pronto. Even if you're in the process with another lender, stop right now and call Loan Pronto and ask about their zero-cost rate reduction home loan. You can lock in a lower rate with no closing costs in a matter of days. By the way, with almost no paperwork and usually no appraisal. And if you act right now, you could even skip your next 2 house payments. So call them right now. Loan Pronto can give you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. You can always find them online. It's loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
628, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Dan Mandis here, along with Joan Jones. Johnny B as well. There is some, I don't even know how to say this. Tim Walz.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot tell you the last time there was a worse political pick for vice president. And so now, I don't know, have you heard there's a new accusation against Tim Walz?
A new one?
A new one, yeah.
What is it now?
A charity organization, a charitable thing that he was involved in may not have been all that it was portrayed to be. So we're going to speak to our friend E.J. Host about that. She's going to come up next. She's going to talk about what it is that he is accused of and if he actually did some nefarious things, some fraudulent things with this organization that he was involved in. But I mean, how much more can one campaign take? And see, this is my point about Kamala Harris, is she had a number of people that she could have chosen as her running mate. But she chose Tim Walz, a guy who all of these things that he has been accused of over the last, several weeks since he joined the ticket, these have been around for years. But for whatever reason, Kamala Harris just decided that she was going to pick him as her running mate, and it has been, again, one disaster after another. So we'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead with E.J. Host. And now Dan Mandis here for my friends at Window Nation. They are my window company. They put new windows in my downstairs basement studio, also in my bedroom and kitchen as well. And man, they look great. And yes, they are energy efficient as well. And that means that you are saving money not only on the purchase and the install, but on your overall energy bills as well. Now, right now, a great deal going on. You're going to buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing and no interest for 2 full years. One of their customers, Albert, says, great value, great product, and outstanding customer service. He highly recommends Window Nation to anyone, and so do I. Now, Window Nation can install your windows in a day or less, and Window Nation windows come with a lifetime warranty. So remember that terrific deal. You're going to buy 2 windows, get 2 free, pay nothing and no interest for 2 full years. Tell him Dan told you to reach out for that great deal. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Good morning. It is now 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. We do have temperatures rising near 90 degrees once again today, and then a cool down over the weekend. We'll get details in the forecast coming up. Some of the Appalachia High School students who sheltered in their classrooms yesterday as one of their classmates went on a rampage are now speaking out.
Everyone just kind of ducks to the floor, and we all kind of sporadically crawl. We don't really know which corner to go to. But we're all crawling to the floor. I'm pushing desks in front of everybody that's against the wall, telling people move desks in front of you, get low, and then we just kind of wait.
2 students and 2 teachers were killed. Officials say that 9 people who were injured will all survive. Now, that shooter, 14-year-old Colt Gray, has been questioned last year after the FBI received anonymous tips about him. We have more information now about the August 22nd lockdown at schools in Wilson County. Director of Schools Jeff Luttrell says that deputies responded to a threat that was made on a suicide hotline against Watertown schools and quickly determined that the threat was a hoax.
There was a moment that it looked like we had an incident. When you get that call and it's not a planned drill, it puts it all into perspective.
Yeah, that incident came 2 days after the schools took possession of 2 new gun detection dogs, Xena and Xander. Those dogs were on hand during the incident. And COVID-19 vaccines are no longer free. The federal program that covered the cost ran out of funding after Congress rescinded emergency spending as part of a deal to avoid a government shutdown. Shots could cost up to $200 for people with no health insurance. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:33 on WTN. Why do I love Brentwood Jewelry? Because they can help you with whatever jewelry needs you might have. From watches to rings and bracelets and necklaces and so much more. No matter the reason or the season, they can help you find the perfect gift no matter the the budget. Now, with Brentwood Jewelry, they can also customize pieces for you as well. So if you're looking for the absolute perfect ring and you can't find it, well, they can build it for you at Brentwood Jewelry. They're also Nashville's premier timepiece dealer as well. Watches. Now, if you need to find a great watch at a reasonable price, your answer is Brentwood Jewelry. And every watch does come with a 2-year warranty. Shop in store or online. 7012 Church Street East in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional styles, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Online, BrentwoodJewelry.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
.636, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on into your Thursday, September 5th. Hope you're doing well, along with Joan Jones and Johnny B. Dan Mandis here, along with EJ Host, who joins us on the Newsmaker Hotline. EJ, always great to have you on. So there is how many complete train wrecks can Tim Waltz be involved in? So now, apparently, although I don't know if this is an old story or not, the headline, though, is that Tim Waltz is accused of massive pandemic funds fraud, and now he's been subpoenaed, or documents and so forth have been subpoenaed by the U.S. Workforce Committee. And apparently, this is related to a fraud scheme where they misused pandemic relief funds meant for children. I mean, this could get really ugly. So, I mean, you, as people no doubt know by now, they've listened hopefully every day, and they've heard me talk about how you lived under the Waltz regime for quite some time. You've done some digging. What have you found out about this?
Okay, so you're right. It's not a new thing. We've actually, anybody paying attention and unhappy with Walls's regime running in Minnesota for many years have been talking about this. This is the largest COVID related fraud scandal in the nation. It's a $250 million fraud scam. Okay. And not one person under the Walz administration has been held accountable for it. And I think that's the headline that everybody seems to be missing. It's not just that, he was, overseeing the Department of Education and the things that went along with it. No one has been held accountable from within the administration. In fact, Walz said, no one's been indicted. Well, the people who would do the indicting are all on Team Walz. So who's gonna do that, right? But let me give you a quick recap of what Feeding Our Future is and how the scam works. So in Minnesota, the Minnesota Department of Education administers the Federal Child Nutrition Program. Federal Child Nutrition Program comes from the USDA. You can hear Tom Vilsack in that. He heads that department just like he did when Obama was president. And the meals are funded to children by way of what they call sites. So usually it's a school. Think school lunch programs, after school snacks, before preschool breakfast, things like that. But during the pandemic, however, U.S. Department of Agriculture waived a lot of the requirements for participation in that program. So instead of just being schools and other things that had easy direct oversight by, say, the Minnesota Department of Education, they were allowing all kinds of different sites, like for-profit restaurants, off-site food distribution centers, autism centers, random businesses, all kinds of things could apply for the reimbursement program. So if they served a meal, they would get reimbursed by the Minnesota Department of Education. Department of Education received these funds from the USDA. If all of that kind of makes sense, I know it's a quick one. But each site participating in the program is supposed to be sponsored during this kind of weird pandemic state, was supposed to be sponsored by an authorized sponsoring organization. Feeding Our Futures was sponsored by the Minnesota Department of Education and should have been responsible for oversight of that. So they're also responsible for filling out, the paperwork, submitting all of the claims and things like that, even reporting the names of the children who received the meals. So Minnesota Department of Education under Tim Walz was supposed to be the one in charge of making sure all these sites were operating properly, right? Audits, whatever. More than 250 sites popped up around the state of Minnesota. Huge. I mean, this is such a big thing.
Yeah.
And Feeding Our Future went from about 3.4 million in federal funding in 2019 for these kinds of programs to almost 200 million by 2021.
Wow.
So clearly it was a huge jump. Everybody was saying, okay, it's pandemic, but these sites were like random addresses, friends of friends, family members. In one case, this woman, she's one of the defendants. There's a massive, there's cases, indictments, everything all over the place with this. Her name is Ayan Abukar. Apologies, I'm going to botch some of the names in this. But she is one of the defendants. She ran a scandal and also another charity organization called Action for East African People and sent more than 1.6 million to companies that were owned by her family. That woman was presented by Tim Walz the award for Outstanding Refugee. In July 2021.
I'm sorry. This is so funny. I actually snorted. I don't know if you heard that, EJ. I apologize.
Yep. It's wild. I mean, it's wild. And there's a huge other headline, too, if I can get to it, because it's, in my opinion, it's the most important part.
Okay.
Walz admitted to the Minnesota Reformer, local news kind of organization, that he knew of the suspicious activity as early as November 2020, when Minnesota Department of Education first started to raise a few concerns and say, hey, maybe this is a bit much. But Walz allowed the payments to continue. So you have to assume that this woman, Ayan Abukar, who received the award as part of her vetting process, right, would have had Feeding Our Future and this whole scandal on her resume. But Walz told media outlets that he tried to stop the fraud in April 2021. In 2021, a judge actually, Walz tried to blame it on this judge and saying, no, it was a court order. We had to continue the payments. The judge, and this never happens, came out with a public statement that said, absolutely not. Walz was incorrect. There's no court order to continue these payments. So Walz knew about the scandal. He allowed the payments to continue and even gave one of the defendants an award.
I'm reading some of the things here. Folks that worked for this charity, I mean, they bought big fancy cars. They bought real estate holdings in Kenya and some other places. I mean, here's, I guess, my question. Clearly, in my opinion, Tim Walz is incompetent. My question is he incompetent and corrupt, or is he just incredibly incompetent and his incompetence is so there that it just looks corrupt?
Yeah, I think he's a puppet. I've said this in your program before. I do think there's corruption involved. But I do think it's a massive amount of incompetence, right? I mean, really, if you think about it, the people in the machine that, want to take over and want to really make sure that Trump doesn't get elected, they're competent and they tell Walz what to do. But when Walz goes rogue, he comes off as incredibly dumb, just not all that smart, right? He's not the sharpest tack in the drawer, that's for sure.
No, one of the things I thought was interesting, and I'll ask you, I don't know if you have an opinion on this, but there's a big article, and it showed that Tim Walz, despite the fact that he spent years in Congress and he's still a governor, that he had not had any money saved, like anywhere. He had no accounts. He had no stocks. He didn't have any real holdings anywhere. And people are questioning, well, okay, so where is all of his money going? If he's not saving it and he doesn't seem to have any holdings anywhere, but he had salaries that would, you would think that he would have money in accounts somewhere, pensions or 401ks or, investment accounts, IRAs, that kind of a thing. But he didn't seem to have a whole heck of a lot. So I'm going to ask you about that. You may not have anything to say on that, but there's some other things as well. So hang tight. EJ Haust is joining us on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads. Thank you very much. Mostly cloudy today and a high of 90 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on WTN. So, EJ, from what I understand in reading about his financial situation, for a guy who, again, did spend some years in Congress, he was a teacher as well. I think he had a pension or something from one of the jobs that he had. But people were struck by the fact that for a man who had some means, he didn't have any IRAs or anything in his financial disclosures. I mean, to the point where people are just saying, this is just weird.
I agree. I think it's very strange. He's very secretive, clearly, about that. But I also think, he's got a wife and he's got kids. Have we done the vetting on Gwen's investments? It could all be in her name, right? So before we make too many judgments on that, I'm not going to speak on something I don't know much about. I will say, however, regardless of where he spends his own money or saves his own money, he sure as heck likes to spend everybody else's.
Yes.
They had a surplus of a lot of money. I think it was like $20 billion. I apologize if I get that number wrong, but it was a massive surplus. He blew through it, raised taxes, and spent like 3 times that much in one term. So, it's not that he doesn't know how to spend it. That's for sure.
So the headline, Tim Walz hit with a House subpoena for the $250 million. We don't know if any of that money was kicked back to him. But maybe if there is some sort of an investigation, they'll figure out exactly by following the money what happened. Now, do you think that this is something that they'll actually follow through with in the House? Because House investigations, they go on forever, and oftentimes, especially if Republicans are in charge, they never really go anywhere and accomplish nothing.
They really very rarely accomplish anything other than, headlines and fundraising email opportunities. But in this case, I'm hoping that it brings to light for the whole nation what really is going on here. I mean, it's going to be hard to hide 70 indictments so far. 5 people have been convicted at trial. 18 have pled guilty. There's more trials coming in 2025. I mean, it gets weirder and weirder. There was the bribery of a juror in one of the original cases, and there's two guilty pleas on that case. So, I mean, it's absolutely maddening. But what I hope kind of comes out of this is not just his incredible mismanagement and hubris. I mean, and this is just a brazen $250 million of taxpayer money. And it's nationwide taxpayer money, remember, because it came from the USDA.
Yep.
But more importantly, maybe African-American school kids in Mississippi read and do math at a higher level than those students in Minnesota, than all students in Minnesota. So through all of this, yes, he likes to tout how he wants to feed kids and everything else. He can't educate them. So as a teacher, every time that comes out of his mouth, I feel like I'm playing the buzzword bingo game. Forget it. He can't educate kids. And he did a really, really terrible job with the Minnesota Department of Education. That should be what everybody needs to know about the whole thing. There's a scam. There's a scandal, $250 million stolen of taxpayer money. This guy was in charge and not one person has been fired. In fact, when he was asked about it and others were asked about it, they blew it off and said, that's not what we're all about. We're here to educate and feed kids.
Well,
okay.
And think about the Biden administration. I mean, very, very rarely is anybody held accountable for stuff that happens there either. I mean, you can talk about any number of things, the wide open border, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Let me ask you, and I've only got like a minute, but the more of these things that pile up, and there's a lot, and I'm reading a lot of these political insiders who are saying that Walz, because of all of the stolen valor and all these other things that he is accused of doing and has done, do you think it's possible that he may step aside or step down, or they may ask him to step aside or step down? Because I believe that Kamala Harris has plateaued, and now people are really watching.
I don't think so. I don't think they'll do that until after the election. Should she win, he might step down a year into the term or something like that. I don't think they can at this point. It's too late. But I do think we are going to get other scandals. Some of it could be really outrageous. There's lots of people pontificating out there and suggesting that perhaps Joe Biden steps down so that she can be an incumbent president. That would make headlines like crazy for a couple of weeks. There's other conspiracy theories out there. And at this stage in the game, I don't think anything is too crazy to expect, right? We should just be ready for it. There will be something crazy that happens between now and November. I think there's the possibility that, this trial this sentencing with Donald Trump could be the big scandal that we all talk about here in a couple of weeks. So I think there will be more headlines to come. I think it's too late for Walz to be removed from the ticket unless he has some sort of a health scandal of his own, but he seems to be in pretty good health, bouncing around the stages. As
he sure does bounce, doesn't he? We'll move right along.
Does.
All right, EJ, how can people find you on Twitter?
Yeah, for sure. Go to X and do a search for capital E, capital J with a little happy face emoji, or you can look at ERINHAUST.
And if you follow me, and you can find her there in my followers on X or Twitter. EJ, always great to have you on. Thank you very much. 6:52. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we'll tell you what we know about the teenager who's been charged with killing classmates and teachers at his Georgia high school yesterday. Also, a Nolensville intersection is about to get a makeover after a boy on a bike got hit by a car. Those stories at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Joan. You know how much I love the Glock store. It is where I buy my guns and my ammo and my accessories. It is where I learned to shoot, and yes, it's where I continue to train. Now, training at the Glock store, it's great because every session is a private lesson in private rooms, not public lanes. They also do parties at the Glock store. Now, these are serious parties. We're talking about bachelor parties and birthday parties and retirements, and they even do corporate team building. Now, these parties include a VIP room with a full kitchen, dedicated shooting rooms with instructors and shooting activities designed for every level. And yes, they do ammo and even full auto options as well. So to get your party started, call them at the Glock store. Always tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-682-6565. 615-682-6565. And they'll start planning your customized party just for your needs. The Glock store, my place to shoot and a party, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
7 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. 68 degrees. We're headed to 90 with partly cloudy skies. Stick around for the forecast and traffic coming up. The FBI confirming now that the alleged 14-year-old shooter who killed 4 people and wounded 9 others at his Georgia high school had been on their radar since last year. Online threats received in May of last year led to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office sending investigators to the home of the then 13-year-old to interview him and his dad. But there was no probable cause for arrest, so he wasn't arrested, but schools were alerted to monitor the boy, who had been identified as Colt Gray. Elizabeth Newman is a former assistant secretary of the Department of Homeland Security.
Sadly, this is a pretty common occurrence with mass attackers where they have some sort of previous engagement with law enforcement.
Fellow students say that Colt left their algebra class minutes before the shooting began, some believing that he was just skipping class. Counselors are on hand for those students today. Here in Tennessee, a Nolensville intersection is getting some attention once again after a boy on a bicycle was struck by a car while riding his bike home from school. This happened at the crosswalk in front of Nolensville Elementary School. The boy's dad said he is aware that his son didn't follow the rules.
What he should have absolutely done, right, is number one, come to a complete stop at the crossing. He should have hit the button to start the lights flashing at the crossing, and he could have made absolutely sure that traffic for both lanes was stopped.
Now, this is the third time that there's been an incident at the intersection. Now, city leaders say they will consider making some changes to that stretch of road. 3 months after he was convicted in Delaware on gun charges, the tax evasion trial begins in Los Angeles for Hunter Biden. Here's ABC's Alex Stone.
Jury selection will begin with a pool of 100 potential jurors. A judge believes jury selection will likely last today and tomorrow, and opening statements in the trial will probably get underway on Monday. Hunter Biden faces 9 tax charges. If convicted, he could get 17 years in federal prison. Prosecutors say during a cocaine addiction, Hunter Biden spent his money on everything but his taxes as he worked for foreign clients, consulting and lobbying. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Got an update here on a story we told you about last week. The remains of an elderly couple who had been missing from a California nudist colony have now been found. They were in the basement of one of their neighbors. Others living in that community said there was bad blood between the two.
I didn't think he would ever be able to do something like this. I know that he didn't like them, and he didn't have a problem telling people that, but I never thought he'd do this.
Wilkerson says that the home where the bodies of Stephanie and Daniel Menard were found has been torn down. The neighbor's been charged with murder. Market numbers report here brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Futures are mixed. The Dow futures are plus 10 points, but the S&P futures are down 3. NASDAQ futures also in the minus column by 49 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
7:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The big debate, September 10th. If you want to go watch it with us, you can. Go find all the details at 997WTN.com. I'm going to be there. You've got Matt Murphy's going to be there. Chris Hand, of course. Brian will start his broadcast at 3 o'clock. And we're all really looking forward to watching it with you as we return to Scoreboard Cedar Creek. Details at 997WTN.com. Donald Trump was on with Hannity last night. It was a town hall. He was on fire, by the way, and he spoke about ABC.
They are the most dishonest network, the meanest, the nastiest, but that was what I was presented with. I was presented with ABC, George Slopadopoulos. You know who he is? And he's a nasty guy. And yet, he's a nasty guy. I've had him up to here. But let me tell you.
That's kind of a visual because he did it to like just above his, belly button. So implying that he is, Stephanopoulos is short. How short is George Stephanopoulos, Johnny? Can you look that up? I think he's short, says the guy that's barely 5'5".
He's a very, very bad kind of a guy. But I watched his interview of Joe Biden. It was like the softest interview I've ever seen. It was softer than the CNN interview of Kamala.
So here's the deal. We now do have the rules. This happened, this came down I think it was last night or yesterday afternoon. But we do now have the rules for the debate on September 10th.
He's 5'5".
There you go, 5'5". So no opening statements. No topics shall be shared in advance. Somebody might want to tell Donna Brazil that. Candidates will be given a pen and a pad of paper. Candidates' microphones will be live only for the candidate whose turn it is to speak and muted when the time belongs to another candidate. Now, I want your opinion on something. I want you to go to follow me on Twitter, X, at Dan Mandis Show. This is audio of a video that I posted early this morning. It's when Kamala Harris and Mike Pence were going back and forth during the VP debate.
In 1864.
Well, I'd like you to answer the question.
No, Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Okay. He said because the president wanted people to remain calm.
Well, let's get
but Susan, this is important.
Susan,
I want to add, but Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
I have to
I'm
weigh
speaking.
in.
Yeah,
you can have 15 more seconds, and then...
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
Well, wait.
I'm speaking.
It'd be important if you said the truth.
I will not sit here and be lectured by the Vice President. I'm speaking. Yeah, I'm about to.
So one of the things that, because is it just me or is that infuriating to you folks as well? Because it just seemed like belittling and bullying is what it sounded like. And Pence didn't really know what to do. That's part of it. But number two, it's a visual. Because when you look at the visual, you know how there's people who can try to poke you and prod you and really tick you off with a cock of the head or a blink? That's what she was doing as well. I didn't notice that during the actual debate. So I want you to go look at the video. Follow me on Twitter, at Dan Mandis Show, and you tell me, do you think it's to Donald Trump's advantage to have those microphones turned off? Because on the one hand, you have a VP, Kamala Harris, running for president who is so just dislikable, unlikable. And so with the microphones turned off, you don't have those I'm speaking opportunities as much as you would if they were left on for the two candidates to interact. However, I think personally, but I want to know what you think, I believe that it is better for Donald Trump to not say anything and let word salad queen do what she does best. Word salad when she's trying to talk about policy. Because I think that that's really going to, when she's trying to explain like the economy, for example, I just don't think that she can do it because I don't think that she understands it. Her game plan, I was reading about this last night. Her game plan was to try to poke and prod and bait Donald Trump into arguments. Well, now that the mics are going to be turned off, now what is she going to do? She's going to be forced to talk about actual policy. The debate is going to be 90 minutes long. No audience is going to be in the room. Campaign staff cannot interact with candidates during commercial breaks, and candidates will not be allowed to ask questions of each other. And yes, they do have to stand behind podiums as well, standing, not sitting. So that's most of the rules. David Muir and Lindsay Davis will moderate, and no props or pre-written notes either. So, this is going to be, for a lot of people, this is going to be their chance to figure out if Kamala Harris is the right person for them. I've read over and over and over again, headline after headline after headline, that the debate really will decide the election. Because there's a lot of people that have just started paying attention now, and they're going to debate, and some people, we can call them no information, but they've just decided that they're going to watch the debate because they don't know who they like better. They're going to watch the debate, and whoever does better in the debate, that is who they will choose. So this means everything. And it does seem to me that the current rules, they will help Donald Trump far more than they'll help Kamala Harris. I think that they're going to hurt Kamala Harris. It is 7:14 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Some hyperventilating going on over at CNN. I'm going to tell you why straight ahead. Time to check the roads. $7:15. As far as your weather today, mostly cloudy and a high of 90 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
New CNN polling out today with an important look at the state of the race in the battlegrounds that have proven to be most important. Where things stand in 6 battlegrounds. There is a whole lot of data.
Yeah, there's like way too much data. But here's what we find. 2 months from going to the polls, and of course that's on November 5th, and early voting starts across the country in the next several weeks. And so where do these two candidates stand in the all-important battleground states? The candidates have, again, one debate. Many people saying that debate means everything because it is really, really close.
The top lines. Harris has the advantage in Michigan and Wisconsin. Trump has the advantage in Arizona. And then there's the proof of just how close the race is 60-plus days out. They're essentially tied in the key battlegrounds, Nevada, Georgia, and Pennsylvania.
All right, so here's where the numbers are. Wisconsin, you've got Kamala Harris at 50%, Donald Trump at 44%. Michigan, I guess those fake accents are working out there in Detroit. You've got in Michigan, Kamala Harris 48%, Donald Trump 43%. Georgia, Harris at 48, Trump at 47, so really close there. Within the margin of error, Nevada, Kamala Harris has 48%, Donald Trump 47%. In Pennsylvania, many people saying that this race will be decided in Pennsylvania. And you've got Harris and Trump both tied at 47. And in Arizona, Trump leads 49 to 44%. Now, I have seen other polling. You can save your super texts. I know. The polling doesn't matter. And I understand that. That's why I'm not doing a deep dive into it. I'm just letting you know. And yes, there is some polling out there that is no doubt contradictory to what CNN was reporting with their own polling. That being said, we've got a long ways away. Newt Gingrich, by the way, was on Sean Hannity's show last night.
She's beginning to crumble, and that waltz is a significant part of that crumbling. And my guess is that Trump is beginning to find his stride and will be in pretty good shape in the next 2 or 3 weeks.
See, I agree with Newt Gingrich. I think that if you watch that town hall with Sean Hannity last night, this is a president who has found his stride, former president, has found his stride. I think for Kamala Harris, I think she realizes that those cringy accents, they have not helped. They've gone viral. No real interviews to speak of except for that joke of an interview with Dana Bash that I believe did more harm than good. And most of all, the lack of policy clarity, I believe, is killing Kamala Harris and the flip-flopping as well. And so now she's not even talking to the media at all. Have you seen this? Where she'll get off the airplane and go to her SUV, or she'll get off the SUV and go to the airplane. But she's got one of those, a pair of earbuds in her ear, like she's listening to something, or she's on the phone with some super important phone call. And so she just sort of does an awkward wave at the media while she's going to whatever mode of transportation she's going to.
Fake.
It is fake.
I'm sorry, this is 2024. Everybody has wireless earbuds.
Mm-hmm.
Those earbuds are clearly just a prop. It's a prop so that she doesn't, it's clear to the press that she is not going to talk to them.
Yeah, and it's almost like an abusive relationship in the sense that, and Hillary did the same thing, but the other tactic that she employs, I don't know if you saw this, but she was getting off of the airplane or whatever it was, but the media was calling all of these questions, and she's walking with some dude from the military. He's got his, big important uniform on, and they're just engaged in a very engaging conversation. And so she's speaking to him, so she can't possibly lower herself to speak to the media.
Yes.
So she's doing that as well. And Newt Gingrich, he's talking about not only Kamala Harris, but also Tim Walz and all of his problems.
He may be the most dishonest vice presidential candidate in history, and I think he'll end up being the worst since Tom Eagleton had to resign from the ticket way back in 1972. He's just a disaster, and day by day, we learn more about how weird he is and how often he lies and how strongly the people around him resented the fact that he lied.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you missed my conversation with E.J. Host from earlier, there's big scandal, and it's an older scandal, but is now coming to light even more from some COVID funds in Minnesota that were basically $250 million, and it was full of corruption. And so you have the people that were involved in this particular charity or this particular agency, and the $250 million, it basically was misappropriated. And nobody in Minnesota, and this was under Tim Walz, and nobody has done anything about it. And again, this is something I covered a couple months ago when he first was chosen as the running mate of Kamala Harris. But, I mean, this is just another example. So we know that he lied about bringing weapons into the war zone. We know that he lied with the stolen valor. He misled voters about that 1995 arrest for drunk driving when he said that it was just a misunderstanding because of hearing loss based on or from his time in the military. He said that he had hearing loss, kind of a PTSD thing. Do you know that he blew a blood alcohol level of 0.128? I mean, that's
big.
That's like big.
That's huge, Ange.
I mean, that is hammered. And he tried to lie about it. And there's the fact that, of course, his brother, Tim Walz's brother, and the entire wing of the Walz family in Nebraska, they're all in for Donald Trump.
His brother endorsed me.
I saw it.
And his whole family. I saw the picture. And honestly, it was a very nice looking family. But his brother endorsed me, and the whole family endorsed me. I said, who are all the people? There's something weird with that guy. He's a weird guy. JD is not weird. He's a solid rock. I happen to be a very solid rock. We're not weird. We're other things, perhaps, but we're not weird.
You probably should have stopped it. We're not weird.
We may be other things.
Whatever. 7:22 on Nashville's Morning News. I love all day yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw this. Trump, I guess, did he fly to Nebraska to take photos with Waltz's family, all of them wearing Trump T-shirts?
I saw them wearing the Trump T-shirts, but I didn't see him in the photo.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Yeah, there's a photo. I think I posted it on my X. There's a photo of Donald Trump, and you can never tell what's Photoshopped these days, but there's a photo out there of Donald Trump. He posted it to, his socials, and it ricocheted across the internet, and it's Donald Trump with the family of Tim Walz, and he just, he starts trolling Tim Walz. It is absolutely epic. Donald Trump is like a major league troller. That's what he
very
is.
well.
He does do it very well. All right, 7:23, and Joan Jones, what's coming up at 7:30?
Well, we'll tell you the Georgia school shooter was on the FBI's radar for a long time before yesterday's massacre. Also, the search for Sebastian Rogers is getting some celebrity help. We've got those stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Think of Joan.
What?
Joan.
Eventually, you'll get used to me being here.
You know what? It's the two J's, man. I am a professional broadcaster, sort of, and I'm having a really hard time.
Boy, that Joan Jones, that's a hard name.
Yeah.
Shut up, Johnny.
I told you it's okay to call me JJ. It's fine if that makes you feel better.
You know what, Joan? I may have to do that.
Yeah.
But see, that would be admitting that I am just a complete and utter failure. Remember, Johnny, when was it when we started the new traffic?
Yes.
The new traffic sponsor.
Yes.
And I tried to do it live, and I had a complete breakdown on the air, and I was like, we got to pre-record this.
Yes.
I cannot do this. So from now on, I think what we're going to do, we'll have the professional, announcer guy in production. Every time I have to say Joan Jones, I'll just hit the button. And it'll be Mr. Deep Voice announcer guy saying Joan Jones.
Super.
Or I'll just get used to it. Anyway, very good, Johnny. 7:24. Dan Mandis here from Mark Spain. Real estate. Now, listen, when the real estate market slows down, Mark Spain can really help you out with the guaranteed offer. Now, with that guaranteed offer, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. It is absolutely hassle-free. Fall can be a busy time, and trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer, you'll be on the market and get an all-cash offer and close within days. And the best part, there's no stress. Now, one of their clients, Walker, said we had to move fast, and we were worried the process would take too long and we'd have to spend a lot of money on repairs. Mark Spain gave us an offer in 3 days, and it was for over our asking price. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. MarkSpain.com to find out what your guaranteed offer would be. MarkSpain.com, and start packing. 7:29, Nashville's Morning News. It is back to school time, and every day I thank the Lord for so many things, including my Xfinity internet. Now we can stay connected with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed we need, and you can too. Now listen, at my house, what do we got going on in the afternoon? We've got homework and show prep and radio shows, and Amy's working as well. Don't wait for the internet to work. You need a reliable connection even when everyone is online and working. I rely on Xfinity, and I have for years. Now, if there are issues, by the way, Xfinity has 24/7 customer service here for you whenever you need it with in-home Wi-Fi support. And if you're on the go, you can stay connected with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. So get the best Wi-Fi for your life, whether it's doing homework with the kids or work for the paycheck. Rock solid internet is only a phone call away with Xfinity. To get started, call them at 1-800-XFINITY, 1-800-XFINITY, online at Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details.
It is now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're headed up to 90 degrees later on today, and we should have some partly cloudy skies as well. Got a crash on McGavick Pike at Two Rivers Parkway. Be careful. That one's been reported by police. An update on traffic and weather coming up shortly. Investigators say that teenager who murdered 4 and wounded 9 at his Georgia high school had been on the FBI's radar for more than a year. Meantime, ABC's Jim Ryan says community members gathered last night for a vigil not far from the scene of the violence.
I pray that you bless each and every person and each and every...
In Appalachia High School t-shirts and Letterman jackets, classmates of the 2 students who died tried to come to grips with the horror.
I still don't believe this is real, and I don't know how to react to it.
Students who know suspect Colt Gray say he was quiet at school and often missed class. FBI agents questioned him last year about disturbing online messages. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Meantime, we're learning that a threat was made against several Watertown schools, prompting a lockdown August 22nd. School board members shared last night that the threat was made through a suicide and crisis hotline. Deputies responded quickly and determined that threat was a hoax. Well, last weekend's rain certainly helped to relieve drought conditions, but burn bans are still in effect in Brentwood, Dixon, and in Gallatin. In Franklin, there's an emergency water shortage, and it's prompted water restrictions. For now, residents are asked not to fill their pools or water their lawns. This affects about 18,000 customers of the Franklin Water Utility District. And Dog the Bounty Hunter has agreed to join the search for Sebastian Rogers, the Sumner County teen who's been missing for more than 6 months. His real name is Dwayne Chapman, of course. He told News 2 in Nashville that he was brought into the case by Sebastian's father, Seth, and he says he means business.
You can run, but you can't hide who did it. We're going to find out.
Dog has also added $50,000 to the reward money, bringing the total to $100,000 for information on Sebastian Rogers. Make that whereabouts. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you very much. 7:33, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really need to ask, because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof, and this means that the insurance company that you have will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. And older roofs, going to get paid a lot less, and that's going to leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-329-8121. 615-329-8121. You can find them online. Get your royal review at tkinginsurance.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
.737 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. I don't know if you heard, Johnny and Joan, but CNN is like wall-to-wall coverage on the fact that Liz Cheney says now that she is going to vote for Kamala Harris for president.
Shocker.
Oh, that is a shock.
Yeah.
It's going to make me change my vote.
Now, you'll excuse me if I don't break out the breaking news sounder. But here's what I love about social media, and here's what I love about conservatives, is there's not a lot on the internet that goes away. I mean, you something ends up on the internet, it is there forever. For example, Liz Cheney said this about Kamala Harris years ago.
As somebody who is a centrist, and in one fell swoop here, he has put somebody on the ticket whose voting record in the Senate is to the left of Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. So I think that, the American people are going to look at the substance of this. They're going to look at what she stood for in the past. They're going to look at what she said during the primary election. And it's very clear. She is a radical liberal. She's somebody that has said we ought to spend $32 trillion on Medicare for all. If you look at her record as well in California, she did, in fact, essentially ban gun sales with executive action. And she threatened during the primaries to do the same thing if she's elected.
So with all of that, why would you then, Liz Cheney, vote for Kamala Harris? Well, I think we all know why, but here's what she said yesterday.
Deeply about this, and because of the danger that Donald Trump poses, as a conservative, as someone who believes in and cares about the Constitution, I have thought deeply about this. And because of the danger that Donald Trump poses, not only am I not voting for Donald Trump, but I will be voting for Kamala Harris.
I would like to know, what specific danger does Donald Trump pose? Like, is this going to be one of those really vague, threat to democracy things? I mean, obviously, she can vote for whoever she wants. And, bless her heart in the snarky Southern way, it's like whatever. You know why she's doing this, by the way? The reason she's doing this is what I've said all along. She is trying to keep that niche that she has as a Republican that is anti-Donald Trump. And so the reason why she does this is because she knows and she understands that the more anti-Trump she is, the more time she'll get on CNN, the more time she'll get on MSNBC and perhaps the networks as well. But
it's a whole franchise. Doing that, being the Republican in these very left-wing media organizations, that's a thing.
Oh, yeah. You get invited to all the parties.
Yes. Very important stuff.
And you get to be on Joe Scarborough. Ooh.
Yeah.
With Mika.
Get to figure out Joe Scarborough's hair. Whose hair is more confusing, Joe Scarborough's or Donald Trump's? Have you seen the head of hair on Joe Scarborough?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it is just it is insane.
Yes. I feel like I figured Donald Trump's hair was my dad's hair. Exactly. So I got that one figured out.
Really?
Yeah, my dad
Okay.
did the comb over thing, and yeah.
There's got to be like a whole diagram thing to Donald Trump's hair.
But you know,
You know what I mean?
What's really weird about Scarborough? The eyes. It's like he's constantly squinting.
Oh.
Really?
Notice him sometimes, yeah.
Okay. Well, I haven't noticed him squint. I'm too distracted by the hair. He's probably reading a script.
And
That's
BS.
probably what it is.
Yeah, probably so.
Anyway, so, hey, did you guys hear, just very quickly, did you guys hear what Keith Urban said about Miley Cyrus?
Ooh, no.
Have you heard about this, Johnny?
I have not.
Oh, listen to this. Keith Urban and his comment about Miley Cyrus.
I love
with her
Miley.
before, haven't you?
I've
Yes.
always loved Miley. I love it. That voice, man. That
Yeah.
voice, like no one's. Like, she sounds like an ashtray.
She sounds like an ashtray.
Sexy.
But you know what the thing is, though? He says, I meant it as a good thing.
Yes. She's got a very smoky voice.
Thank you, Johnny.
The smoke and whiskey thing. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. The smoke and whiskey thing. That's what she sounds like.
Yeah.
And
Well, she is a good singer, I think.
yeah, he has all the love in the world. I thought it was interesting because I saw that as sort of almost like a very deceiving headline because they made it seem like it was a negative thing. But again, I listened to it. He meant it, with all due respect. And I happen to be a big Miley Cyrus fan, so I actually agree.
Are you?
Yeah.
Like the Wrecking Ball thing, too? Like, are you into that?
Yeah, I like Wrecking Ball. I like that song.
Okay.
Is there a
dig the
problem?
video?
Is there a problem over there, Jane? You see what I did there, Johnny?
Yes, I did, Dan.
Listen, whenever you disagree with
time it
me
was on
or
purpose.
whenever you disagree with me or make me feel small and insecure, I'm just going to call you Jane.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to do.
It works well in all relationships.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Try it on the
Hey,
missus
Don.
tonight.
Don, you can call me Jane anytime.
Who else did? Somebody else did that. That was you, Johnny.
No, it wasn't. It was me.
Oh,
Joe
your,
Biden. Yeah.
Your alter ego, ego Joe.
That's right, Don.
By the way,
Love the show.
have you heard of this whole thing where the Justice Department is going after? Now, this is the headline, okay? The Justice Department is going after some big-time Republican or conservative voices on social media. Benny Johnson. Now, these are my favorites, just so you know.
Yeah.
Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, and Dave Rubin.
Yep.
So if you read the story and you see the headlines, some very alarming headlines that are out there, and I don't really know what to make of it. There is a Nashville connection. The question is Joe Biden's Justice Department trying to shut down conservative free speech on social media? That's the question. That's the headline. We'll talk about that a little bit coming up next. It's 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you, Jack. 7:45 on Nashville's Morning News. Mostly cloudy today and a high of 90 degrees. So you have all the leftist trolls out there, and they're saying, oh, of course, Benny Johnson and Tim Pool and Dave Rubin, they're Russian spies. They're Russian propagandists. They're being paid by Vladimir Putin. So says Joe Biden's Justice Department. Well, hold on. It's actually not that, but I do want to explain this, because I like all of these folks. And so that was the big headline and the big story. Now, they create content, including videos and podcasts. Oftentimes, they're political and conservative in nature. They lean to the right. Well, federal prosecutors within the Justice Department are saying that they are part of a Russian propaganda scheme paid for by Vladimir Putin, designed to influence our election. This is from CBS News. An indictment alleges that this company called RT, used to be called Russia Today, is paid for and run by Vladimir Putin, and that RT funnels millions of dollars into a, wait for it, Nashville-based company called Tenant Media. Now, Tenant Media employs Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, and Dave Rubin, or used to. Some of them still have a relationship, some of them don't. But they did or have or do employ these very popular right-leaning podcasters and content creators. Collectively, they've got tens of millions of followers on social media. And so, as it turns out, at least according to the Justice Department, this Tenant Media is funded by the Russians and by Vladimir Putin. They, in turn, use that money to pay the likes of Benny Johnson and Tim Pool and Dave Rubin and others. But here's the deal. They didn't know. They had no idea. At least that's what they're saying. They say they're victims too. In response to the indictment of the two Russians that are in Russia, I guess, and funneling all of this money, Tim Pool wrote on his social media, should these allegations prove true regarding Tenant Media based here in Nashville, I, he says, as well as the other personalities and commentators, were deceived and are victims. He says, I cannot speak for anyone else at the company as to what they do or what they're instructed to do. He says, but for me, I had my podcast and all these kinds of things before the relationship with Tenant. He said his podcast was licensed by Tenant Media, but his podcast also existed before the license agreement. Poole said that he had full and does have full editorial control of the show and its contents, which he said are often apolitical, which for Tim Pool, it's actually true. Johnson, Benny Johnson, who is my absolute favorite of these three, said in a separate statement shared on social media that his company was pitched by the media startup about a year ago to provide content as an independent contractor. He said that his lawyers negotiated a standard arm's length deal that was later terminated. He says, and again, this is Benny Johnson, we are disturbed by the allegations in today's indictment, which makes clear that myself and other influencers were victims in this alleged scheme. He also says my lawyers will handle anyone who states or suggests otherwise. Because people, again, are calling them Russian spies and, Vladimir Putin puppets and all that nonsense. But it is worth noting that the indictment itself alleges the tenant never disclosed that their funding was coming from Russia and that some of their commentators were also deceived. So it doesn't really sound like to me, because they're honest in the indictment, that Benny Johnson and Dave Rubin and Tim Pool, they had no idea that their pay from Tenant Media was coming from Russia, Russia Today, or Vladimir Putin. Had no idea. So I don't know if they're trying to shut down conservative voices. You can say, well, maybe this is only step one. I don't know. But here's what I can tell you is that, number one, a couple of these guys no longer have a relationship with Tenant Media. And number two, personally, I believe that if Dave Rubin or Benny Johnson or Tim Pool, they're fine. Nobody is trying to shut down these guys, at least as far as I can tell. The Department of Justice, they don't say, at least as far as I can tell, that they need to be removed from the internet. Now, you know who does say that? Kamala Harris. And we'll talk about that at 8:35 here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Want to tell you about my friends at DT McCall's. Listen, if you need anything for your home, go to my place, DT McCall's. They've been doing business with Middle Tennesseans for 100 years. generational growth because they do it all at DT McCall's. You got your great value, you got your outstanding merchandise, and great customer service. Now, I bought my oven there at DT McCall's a while ago. It was easy. I went to dtmccalls.com. I found what I wanted at the price I wanted to pay. They delivered it for free and hauled away the old one, and they'll do the same thing for you. One of the great DT McCall's promises, they'll deliver for free and haul away your old stuff as well. Now, this is a great American company, a great Tennessee company that has indoor and outdoor furniture, appliances, kitchen appliances, and yes, all the best brands as well. They do also offer great financing options as well that are fair and reasonable because they do know that times are tough. They've got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. When you walk into DT McCall's or check them out online, do me a favor and tell them that you heard about them from me, Dan Mandis, on Nashville's Morning News. Those 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, Carthage, Cookeville, Lafayette, Lebanon, Franklin, always online at dtmccalls.com. That's dtmccalls.com. 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we've got the latest information about the teenager accused of killing 4 at his Georgia high school yesterday. And what were investigators looking for in yesterday's raid of a local police headquarters? Those stories and more at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionality, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. 7:56, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My 8 o'clock guest is wandering around the building. So we're going to have to go find him. Because, when we have strangers walking around here, got a lot of, big-time radio personalities. People get a little,
They get nervous.
And they get a little nervous when people are just walking around and looking lost and all that. I'm not sure how he even got in. Anyway, we'll deal with that later. Anyway, 7:56 on Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, most people actually agree. Keith Urban was absolutely right when he said that Miley Cyrus does sound like an ashtray, but in a good way. There's a lot more that I want to talk about. What's interesting? These hate listeners that apparently followed me from last night on Red Eye Radio to now in the 8 o'clock hour here, they are really digging this whole conversation regarding Benny Johnson and Tim Pool and Dave Rubin, because they're like, oh, we knew that they were Russian propagandists. You know what's weird? Since when did conservative values become Russian propaganda? See, that's what I don't really understand. Listen, if Vladimir Putin wants to interfere in our elections, well, then that's what he's going to do. But can I ask a question? So everybody's all upset about Putin. This was part of the news cycle yesterday. Everybody's all upset about Vladimir Putin and the Russians trying to interfere in our election. But what has the mainstream media done for the past couple of elections? They have literally interfered in our elections. I mean, we could talk about the tired old conversation about the laptop from hell and how the mainstream media, social media, they all spiked that story. They wouldn't give it any sunlight, and they said, oh, no, this is not credible. This is not credible, when everyone knows that it was. And that turned the election in 2020. It did. And then you've got, of course, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden letting in all of these illegal aliens who will eventually be able to vote. How is that not influencing our elections? So I'm sorry if I don't get all riled up about the Russians interfering with our elections. I'm dealing with election interference right here in America by our own institutions, including social media, some of the cable channels, and some of the networks as well. Anyway, whatever. 7:58, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
there, it's 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Some sunshine now. We'll have some more clouds moving in, and our highs right around 90. Traffic and weather is ahead. We're learning that the 14-year-old student who shot up his Georgia high school yesterday had garnered the attention of investigators last year for threats that he made online. Former Assistant Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Elizabeth Newman, thinks red flags may have been missed.
14 is really young. We usually see individuals older in adolescence when this type of thing happens, 16, 17, 18, 19. Their brains aren't fully developed at this point. The victims deserve justice. And at the same time, we need to recognize that this was a very troubled kid that needed help and didn't get the help that he needed.
Now, that teenager's aunt posted to Facebook after the shooting saying that the boy dealt with issues on a daily basis. She didn't clarify what those issues were. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agents dressed in black raided the Millersville Police Headquarters and the home of the Assistant Chief of Police yesterday, stripping out computers and hard drives, records, and body camera footage. Channel 4 reports that raid may be related to its investigation of an imposter police force. In June, City Commissioner David Gregory called for the resignation of that police chief.
I don't need Sean Taylor in this city. I'm asking for his resignation. I want him out of here. He's killing our city. He's dragging our city through the mud.
Sumner County DA Ray Whitley said that their investigation is focusing on the current police department, but if other misconduct is uncovered, it too will be investigated. Well, with the presidential debate next week, former President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are getting ready for their first face-to-face. ABC's Rachel Scott.
With Harris off the campaign trail, Trump still has a few scheduled events before that big debate. And today, after months of delays, a federal judge will weigh how to move forward in Trump's election interference case surrounding his effort to try to overturn the results of the 2020 election. This is the first scheduled hearing since the Supreme Court granted the former president broad immunity for his official acts as president. Trump will not be there in person and continues to deny any wrongdoing.
Automaker Volvo has hit the brakes on its goal of making only electric vehicles by 2030. The Swedish company now says it'll still offer hybrid models at that point. Volvo and other EV makers have seen demand for electric cars slowing down because of affordability concerns and access to charging stations. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures have turned lower now. Dow futures are minus 24, S&P futures down 11, and the NASDAQ futures minus 90 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. Joan Jones, WTN News.
8:07, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in for a Thursday. Johnny B's here, Joan Jones as well. I'm Dan Mandis, joined in studio today by David with David Syracusa. And David, appreciate you coming in. You contacted me, I think about a week and a half ago, and one of our mutual friends recommended that I have you into the studio to talk about your movie, and it really looks good to me. It's called The Uncivil War, Divided America. And I'm going to play a little snippet of the trailer here. Then we're going to talk about what the movie's about and how folks can see it.
Is it bad news that we don't agree on politics?
We've been friends forever. You and I don't agree.
I'm sorry, are you saying because I'm white, I don't care about black people dying?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Actually, I do care. I just don't care about drug-crazy lunatics.
Oh, so I'm assuming you're talking about George Floyd.
Yeah,
he wasn't a drug-crazy lunatic.
Screw you, man. I don't need this.
Screw you. Where are you going?
I'm going home.
I mean, it's a very powerful scene. And I mean, obviously, you can tell just from that soundbite that this is about you play the lead character in the movie, and your best friend for many years is a guy who's black. And the George Floyd situation back in 2020?
2020, yeah.
Causes a rift between you and your best friend of forever. So talk a little bit about, I mean, the inspiration is fairly obvious as to what you were inspired by, but talk a little bit about your journey. You wrote it and you are starring in it. And did you produce it as well?
I produced it as well. Yeah, I'm the executive producer on it. So
okay.
It's been an amazing journey. It's been fun. It's been exciting. It's been difficult. As we were talking about before I got in here, the life of an independent filmmaker is tough. You know, I have to pay to put it in all these movie theaters.
Yeah.
And it's a difficult process, but the movie really focuses on the angst that they feel, the struggle, because people just can't talk anymore in our society in a civil way. And it's sad.
Really? I couldn't tell. Says the talk radio host.
Yes. Well, believe it or not, people do get angry at each other. Yeah. And it's crazy because you think, okay, here's two guys that have been friends forever. Why can't they talk about stuff? You know, I get it. It's a difficult topic, but why not talk about it? And the cool thing is the audiences have agreed with that. They say these are topics that we need to be talking about.
Well, and I don't really care about, you know, the professional movie reviewers, although I don't know what they've said about your movie, but I can tell you that the online reviews from people just like me are very good, and people seem to like this. And I think the reason why is because right now in 2024, this is a universal topic, because the movie's about the inability to be able to talk about the differences, George Floyd and all that. But, you know, you can throw in politics, you can throw in Donald Trump, you can throw in, I mean, any number of issues that are driving Americans apart. So I think that one of the reasons why this movie is very successful is because it's so relatable.
Absolutely, definitely. The funny thing is when the audiences, when I've talked to them, usually the first comment I get is, oh my God, that's him. You know, the wife's sitting there and she's like, he won't get off the computer. He's hitting on the keyboard all day long. He's talking about Trump or Harris or whatever. And he's just riling everything up. And so it's funny. Everybody tends to see themselves in the movie in certain characters.
Well, I think there's been so many Americans, myself included, by the way, who have lost loved ones because of our politics. And so I think that for a lot of people, and I know that people that listen to WTN have all experienced this, where you've lost somebody that you loved because of your politics, and you've got to be true to yourself and stand firm. And so what I find fascinating about this movie, I have not been able to see it yet, but what I find fascinating about it is the fact that the dynamics are there. I mean, your character is going through a divorce. Mm-hmm. And it's in the trailer.
Yeah, please.
Okay, he's going through a divorce.
Yep.
And so now you're out in the dating world, and you're conservative, and you start dating somebody who is not as conservative. Is she like a liberal or whatever?
She's pretty liberal. In
okay,
the film,
so you've got that dynamic of a conservative dating a liberal. And then in talking about it, and this is what that scene is, in talking about it with your black friend, you realize that you two are not really simpatico on politics either. And so it's just a great story. Now, you've been traveling the country showing this in theaters, and from what I can gather, the response has been pretty good.
It has been. It's been really good because I think part of it is it's a little bit funny and it's a little bit poignant and then it's intense at times. So you get great emotion from people. Kind of a funny story. After our first premiere, everyone was glowing. It's fantastic. Great movie. Then we go and show it in Sarasota. First time I show it, 17 people in the theater. Couple gets up and walks out 5 minutes into the film.
Oh, no.
Then another couple gets up and walks out. By the time the lights go up, there were 4 people left in the theater. I look at my wife and I said, oh my God, they hate me. They hate my movie. Well, the next night we had 21 people in there. 21 stayed till the end and they all loved it. And we've had a great response ever since then. But it is interesting because it's a work of art. It's like putting a painting up on the wall. Some people are going to love it. Some people are going to hate it. And I love the fact that it got such a powerful reaction because that's why we go to the movies, right? You want to feel emotion. You want to feel angry. You want to feel excited. You want to laugh. You want something. So if I don't get a reaction, I haven't really done my job, I guess, right?
Yep. You know what's interesting? So you're an independent filmmaker. Mm-hmm. And I mean, that's got to be really difficult these days. And so have you made other movies that are conservative in nature or political in nature? I mean, what's your resume like?
Well, so the funny thing is my resume is this movie for the most part because I've only gotten into movies 3 years ago. I mean, I'm brand new to this industry.
So 3 years ago, you got to yes. be up your, you know what? So you're going to go and you're going to produce a movie. You've got a great idea. Did you try to sell the script to some of the movie companies or you just knew that they wouldn't make it?
No, I knew they wouldn't make it and I really wanted to make it myself. And so just jumping into the industry with no knowledge, it's amazing. We got Daniel Roebuck, who was in U.S. Marshals and The Fugitive and Matlock. We got Musetta Vander from Wild Wild West and Kicking and Screaming and a bunch of other stuff. So we got great people in the film. Everyone really loved it. We actually had 2 very liberal Hollywood actors. And very interesting, in our first table read where everyone sits around and reads the parts, one of the actors would not say the part when it got to Trump, and he actually hadn't read the script. He looks at the line, he says, and I'm going to throw up in my mouth, but I'll say this line, I love Trump. We had to fire the guy. We had to fire both of our 2 initial Hollywood people because he could not say his character's lines. That's how I ended up playing the part.
No kidding.
Crazy, right?
So you had not done any acting?
I had done acting. I had done some acting, but this was my first movie that I wrote. And my next one will not be political at all. It's actually about my fear of flying. And actually, I want to do another one also about a black inventor at the turn of the 1800s, early 1900s. So I've got some other ideas out there.
So this experience hasn't scared you away?
Oh, no, not at all. I've loved this experience. It's been difficult. It's been tough, but I love it. I love acting.
Got to check the roads real quick on WTN. .8:15, Nashville's Morning News. David Siracusa joining us, the star, writer, and producer of the Uncivil War, Divided America. It is showing tonight is it tonight in Murfreesboro?
Tonight in Murfreesboro at 6:30. The final showing is here in Tennessee.
So you tweeted out that this is literally the final showing.
This is, yes. I've done a lot of showings in Florida, a couple in Georgia, just went to Texas, Beaumont. That was a great showing where my co-star, Buddha Bronson Taylor, Byron in the film, he was born in Beaumont, so we showed it there. Great, raucous crowd there.
Okay.
And now tonight, because we had such a great showing in Smyrna, so we said we'll bring it one more time back here.
Okay, so real quick, because I'm dying to ask you one more question. But first, can we get to the details of of where it's going to be showing in Murfreesboro? What's the theater? How can people get tickets and so forth?
Absolutely. So it's the Premiere 6 tonight at 6:30 in Murfreesboro, and you can go to Eventbrite and just search for The Uncivil War, America Divided.
Okay. So you had done some acting and you had, had some showbiz experience. And then you go to your wife of 25 years and you say, honey, I've got an idea. I want to write and produce and maybe even star in my own movie. I'm dying to know what her reaction was.
It was not. That is an awesome idea. It definitely was not that. I actually, I had decided to retire early and just go do something crazy. In fact, it was kind of funny. She said, well, you're not just going to lay around on the couch. And I'm like, that's the definition of retirement.
Yes.
That's exactly what I want to do. So
that's what I'm looking forward to.
There you go. Next year, you be an actor. We'll go make a movie.
Sure. No, I work in radio. I've got to work about 30, 35 more years to be able to save enough for retirement. All right. So as far as making this movie goes, did you have an idea as to how difficult it would be?
No. So very interesting to me is making the movie, not very difficult. It was just like running a business, and I've run many businesses. So not difficult. Distribution, oh my Lord.
Yes.
That's the difficult part, getting it online. So for an indie filmmaker like me, I'm going my own distribution now. I'm going to put it on the platforms myself. I'm going to market it. I'm going to do the whole thing.
So you know how to do it for the next movie that you do.
Yes.
And did this experience, you said that your next couple of movies are not going to be political. Would you consider yourself a political person?
Absolutely. The character of Tom is based on me. I was that guy on the computer. I don't do it as much anymore because I don't want to lose friends anymore and loved ones. And, it's funny when people talk about I lost someone to COVID, they're not talking usually about disease. They're saying, I don't talk to my best friend from high school anymore because we started talking politics.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I don't think it was like this 10 years ago.
You look at, Trump, COVID, vaccines, all the different, obviously, politics, generally speaking. And what I've noticed, one conservative to another, one of the things that I've noticed and is not lost on this audience, do you know that I don't know one conservative who actually disconnected with their more progressive friend? It's always the progressive disconnecting with the conservative. Do you know a conservative that is disconnected from a liberal? I don't.
Yeah, I actually, I had one friend that I disconnected from because I didn't like that he had kind of wished something bad on Trump, that COVID got him. And I said, you're a former teacher. You've got a lot of kids that look up to you. I don't think you can be saying that online. I disagree with that. I don't like Walz. I don't like Harris. I don't like Biden. I'm not going to wish death on anyone. Hitler maybe, but all that talk about people in politics being Hitler, they're not. Unless they're really Hitler, they're not. It's too overgrown.
All right. So very quickly, one more time, where is this movie playing and how can people get tickets? And if folks can't go tonight, is there another way that they can see the movie? Is it on, Netflix, or is there a way for them to see it maybe on YouTube?
Yeah, so Premiere 6 tonight, 6:30. Go to Eventbrite and search for The Uncivil War, America Divided. And yes, it will be on Amazon. It will be on Tubi. It will be on a bunch of platforms. It's just the struggle of when. It'll probably be 2-3 months before that happens, but I promise it will be out there.
Will you let me know when it's on the various platforms so that, number one, we can promote it, and number two, so that I can watch it myself?
Absolutely.
Because I can't make it out to Murfreesboro tonight. I would love to, but, duty calls.
I will send you your own personalized DVD of it, I promise.
Oh, wow, look at you. All right, very good. Well, thank you very much. And do you have a website, some way to promote your other movies?
Well, you can go to the uncivilwaramerica.com, the longest website of all time, or to my name, davidsyracusa.com, which nobody can spell Syracusa. So, I just have the worst websites
The
of all
first
time.
thing I said to David when we tracked him down and he walked in and I said, so how do you say your last name? So, because I'm the king of mispronouncing names.
Yeah. Syracuse University with an A at the end is the easiest way to remember it.
All right. Very good. Well, good luck tonight.
Thank you.
I can't wait to see it. And folks, if you want to go, there are tickets available. And from what I can tell with the trailer, it looks really good. It is 8:22 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 8:30?
Well, he acted alone and he's being charged as an adult. We'll tell you what else we know about the Appalachia High School shooter and new information about a local school lockdown 2 weeks ago. That's all coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
827, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Somebody asked me on the Super Text line if I've spoken about the Georgia shooting. I did. I spoke about it in the 5 o'clock hour. Been a very busy morning. I do want to revisit just very quickly because Joan has been doing a great job of covering what is going on with the shooting, the investigation, the FBI. This guy was on their radar, but ultimately he did what he did yesterday. So I want to, though, play some audio that is my favorite audio of the day very quickly. This is audio of a student. I think she's like 13 or 14 years old. She was in the room as the gunman walked in and started shooting. This is an amazing story.
Oh, I started running. He started shooting like 10 times. He shot at least 10 times. And then I ran to the back of the classroom. I dived behind the desk, and my teacher had got in front of me like he was guarding. But like the gunshots were so close to me, like my ears started ringing real bad. Like the whole classroom was smoking.
Yeah, I mean, you folks who have gone shooting, and I obviously certainly have at the Glock store, but you know what that's like when multiple rounds have been fired and the room is filled with that smoke. But I want to replay this one part. I don't know if you caught it.
And my teacher had got in front of me like he was guarding.
The teacher was guarding her. And so last night on Red Eye and this morning earlier in the broadcast, I talked about how that one statement, the second that I heard that statement, I thought, yes, that is why teachers need to be armed if they have an interest in being armed in schools. Because that teacher had to feel helpless trying to save those students, but no real way to do it except put his body in front of hers. And the other students as well, in between she and the gunman. Imagine if that teacher actually had a firearm to be able to defend himself and the students. Well, then he left.
When he finally got out of the classroom, my teacher started barricading the door with desks and bookshelves and all that. And then I had got up. I had saw one of my classmates on the ground bleeding so bad. And then when I had moved myself to the other side of the room because the bookshelf I was hiding behind, it was right in front of the door. So I had moved to the other side, to like this side with my friend. And I was checking on my other friend because he got grazed in his leg. And then there was a white girl that was in front of me. She got shot in her leg and stuff. And then my other friend got shot in her stomach, and it was just so sad.
Imagine, you're 13, 14 years old, and all of this is going on, and you go out of your way not to run to safety. She went to go check on her friends. And
that teacher modeled heroism for
absolutely.
her. Yeah.
You're absolutely right, Joan. Now it's stuck in my brain. I'm so sorry.
Quit.
No, you can't do that. It's too late. And but I love, Joan, and we talked about this in the 5 o'clock hour, this last statement that the girl made as all of this was going on.
In the midst of all of it happening, I was just thanking God because, he had his hands around me.
Yeah, she said God had his hands around her, and that is what gave her strength. So just an amazing story. When these kinds of things happen, there's the nuts and bolts of here's what happened, here's what we know, here's how many people tragically were killed, so on and so forth. But there's always the heroes. And to me, the teacher that we're talking about, Joan, that's number one. And number two, this little girl, also a hero, as she is going to support her friends that were shot. Running late, worth it, 8:32, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 8:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Looks like we've got 73 degrees now, going up quickly, and we'll have our highs near 90. The forecast is still to come. School students from Appalachia High School are being offered counseling today. It comes after 4 people were killed, 9 wounded, when that 14-year-old opened fire on his classroom. ABC's Aaron Katersky.
Police are investigating still how he got the gun and how he managed to bring it inside. Right now, it does not appear, we're told, that he specifically targeted the victims. Investigators are now confident he acted alone, but they're still looking to talk to anybody who knew him. They've been searching his home and interviewing his parents, trying to determine a motive for what is the first deadly K-12 school shooting in Georgia in 25 years.
Now we have more information on an August 27 lockdown, make that August 22nd lockdown at schools in Wilson County. Director of Schools Jeff Luttrell says deputies responded to a threat that was made on a suicide hotline against Watertown schools and quickly determined that that threat was a hoax.
There was a moment that it looked like we had an incident. You know, when you get that call and it's not a planned drill, it puts it all into perspective.
Yeah, the incident came 2 days after that school took possession of 2 new gun detection dogs, Xena and Xander. The dogs were on hand during this incident. COVID-19 vaccines are no longer free. The federal program that covered the cost ran out of funding after Congress rescinded emergency spending as part of a deal to avoid a government shutdown. Now, shots could cost up to $200 a piece for people with no health insurance. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Well, stocks have started a little bit higher here after the opening bell. The Dow Jones Industrial's up 3 points, the S&P 500 index gaining 2, and the Nasdaq is plus 16 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:33, Nashville's Morning News. Listen, we've got an unpredictable election coming up. We've got Russia and North Korea, China, predictably unpredictable. And you have no idea what's going to happen after November. But here's the deal. No matter what happens, you need to be ready for any emergency that might come your way. You need emergency food from My Patriot Supply at preparewithmandis.com. Now, right now, their mega 3-month emergency food kit comes with 33 varieties of delicious and filling foods. And right now, they've got a great deal just for listeners to my show. You go to preparewithmandis.com, you're going to save $300 on your mega 3-month emergency food kit. It's going to ship fast and it's going to ship free. Be prepared with emergency food at preparewithmandis.com. You're going to get that $300 off your mega 3-month emergency food kit. You've got 9 different fruits and vegetables and snacks, all those meals. Check them out online. Preparewithmandis.com. Save that $300 on your mega 3-month emergency food kit. Preparewithmandis.com. Protect your family and be ready with My Patriot Supply. Preparewithmandis.com. Hold on. 8:39, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the gang of 4. Yeah. Joan Jones is here. Hello, Joan.
Joan and the Gents.
Joan and the Gents. I like that.
Oh, Johnny, Joan and the Gents.
Oh, yeah.
There you go,
That's
baby.
a winner.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Can I just be honest, though? Like, I don't know if I've ever actually been called a gent, and I'm feeling a little pressure to
Yeah, well,
behave
I've never
myself.
been called Jane before, so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We actually can go back in time and listen to when this happened, if I can get the music to stop playing now.
Yeah, this was not a great moment for yours truly. You know, Joan, I've known you for has it been a year?
It has been a year.
And never in my life have I had a problem with Joan's name. For whatever reason, not once, but twice today, I have called Joan Jane. And it's like now it's embedded in my brain.
You can't get away from it.
I can't get away from it.
I am forgiving, though, because you're working these monster hours, and I don't know how you do it in the first place. And so I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
It happened this morning, and this is kind of the way it happened around 7 o'clock hour.
Mm-hmm.
If it'll play, good.
You know what the thing is, though? It was really funny.
Yeah, and here it is.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Think of Jane? Joan?
What?
Jane, Joan. Joan, Jane.
Eventually, you'll get used to me being here.
You know what? It's the two J's, man. I am a professional broadcaster, sort of, and I'm having a really hard time.
Boy, that Joan Jones, that's a hard name.
Yeah.
Shut up, Johnny.
I told you it's okay to call me JJ. It's fine if that makes you feel better.
You know what, Joan? I may have to do that.
Yeah.
Great moments in broadcasting.
Hello, Jane.
Lord.
Good to talk to you, Don.
So I did. So just so people
Craig,
know.
it's great to have you here.
So just so people know, I actually went and gave Joan a formal apology during the bottom of the hour news.
Said, hey, I get in here before the Amigos segment. Dan goes, I'll be right back. Where are you going? Like, I got to apologize to John.
I did. I feel really bad.
All right.
Anyway, so there you go.
It's okay.
Hey, very quickly, we were talking about the shooting yesterday. And one of the points that I made earlier in the 5 o'clock hour, a couple of different times on Red Eye, but I want to make sure that I cover it here too very quickly, is lives were saved by that armed SRO. So do you think that this comment by Kamala Harris is going to come back to haunt her?
Demilitarizing our schools and taking police officers out of schools.
So she wants to take the armed officers out of the schools. Those armed officers actually saved a lot of lives yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
So, I don't know, do you think during the debate, the fine reporters over there at ABC will play that audio bite, point out that in Georgia, lives were saved because of those armed SROs? And, she's got to recognize that they saved lives yesterday.
No, she won't recognize that publicly.
No.
I mean, the right will call her out for it. The left will ignore it. They'll lean into the gun control narrative, which was already on full display yesterday, as she admittedly said, I don't have all the facts yet, in New Hampshire. And they're going all in. These are the issues that they can really push. It's fear derived.
However, I moved here from Maryland, and in the D.C. suburbs, this was a very popular debate. It was a very popular argument to get the SROs out of schools, which they did in a number of places. And the very next year, they brought them back in a number of places because they realized that they're just not covering themselves if they don't have officers on hand.
It just doesn't make it, like a lot of liberals and a lot of these folks on the left, they lack any real rational thought or reasoning behind their very emotional decisions.
Well, it's not even like their signs, the gun-free zone signs. You may as well make that a bullseye.
Exactly.
Hey, guys, I got some big news.
What?
I got some very big news.
Oh, huge.
Huge?
M&M's has made a massive announcement. You know what it is?
The candy or the wrapper?
The candy.
Okay.
I know you were excited about the wrapper, but it's not the wrapper.
I wasn't. I was going to say it's just M&M.
You know, I actually like his most recent song.
He's got some good stuff.
Amy force-fed me some Eminem.
Which one did she make you listen to?
She'd have to tell me. I don't know.
Toby's pretty good.
I listened to a couple of songs, and then I thought, yeah, that's really good. She said, you're going to listen to it some more? And I said, no. And I walked out of the room.
Put back on the Miley Cyrus.
The wrecking ball.
So M&M's the candy. They're bringing back peanut butter and jelly M&M's. Now, I didn't even know they did peanut butter and jelly M&M's. Did you?
No.
I would prefer them to make an announcement saying we're getting all the food dyes out of our products.
Yeah.
There you
But
go.
I feel like people would respond to that a little bit better.
Yes.
But I guess this works.
This is just a chance for more food dye, if you ask me.
More
honestly.
preservatives and
Yeah.
everything that's going to kill us.
I'm trying to be fun.
Hey, thanks for that, Don.
and all that. I'm trying to be fun, and you guys are, like killing my vibe.
Make America healthy again.
Imagine that, man. Peanut
yes.
butter and jelly M&Ms are coming back.
Woo.
Okay.
Whatever. Moving on. All right, fine. That's what I get. When the PD guy says, "Why don't you ever bring anything fun?" It's because I work with the three killers of fun.
The doldrums.
It's like, fine. What do you got?
I have a question. Do you guys, when you guys read, do you read in somebody's voice?
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
You do?
Oh, yeah.
You can,
Listen to
hear
it
Yes.
somebody's
on
voice?
tape or whatever. Yeah.
I've been having a real problem with this lately because I'll read tweets from Kamala Harris and I don't know which accent to read it in. Does anybody else have that issue, or is this a me problem?
I go Kamala South Detroit.
Do you?
That's what I do.
Did you notice that when she was in New Hampshire yesterday, the black scent was it
was gone.
It evaporated.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it's a bunch of white folks up there in New Hampshire, apparently.
Yeah.
I've never been there, so I don't know.
No, and they bussed in a bunch of people from Massachusetts.
They did.
Did you see the buses?
She's literally busing people from city to city to make sure that they have a full house.
Illegal immigrants, I guess. Gotta find a use.
No, she's busing those to the red states.
The illegal aliens that Greg Abbott bused to the VP's residence, those are the ones that she just threw on a bus and said, "Follow me." I just say, "Follow me" in Spanish. Whatever. Again, what do you guys got? Because clearly I've got nothing today.
Okay, you ready?
Yes,
I'm going to
please.
play this audio for a new commercial, but I'm going to play it on the microphone, so it may sound a little weird, but let's try it out, okay?
All right.
I'm going to turn up the volume. Here we go. Nope, that's not it. Come on.
Between you and Johnny.
Living with moderate to severe stupidity have seen immediate improvement in common sense with a brain.
I thought the government had my best interest at heart. And then a friend told me about a brain.
Talk to your doctor about what news sources you obey. A brain may also lower your desire to take life-altering advice from celebrities.
Getting lectured about my carbon footprint from people with 3 private jets used to make sense. But thanks to a brain, now I can think for myself every day.
So it's just a funny commercial that, it's making its way around the socials now.
Have you noticed that there's a lot more really funny of those kinds of things, the fake commercials or what have you, that are really driving the point home that Kamala Harris is crazy. And the people that think that she would be a good president, they're crazy too. And that goes right back to what I was saying about people not really thinking rationally. It's all about, I will spare you folks the Oprah Winfrey joy drop.
Thank you.
But if y'all misbehave, I'll bring it out again. But have you noticed that all of these fake commercials and songs and stuff, they're all in one direction now, and it's Kamala Harris.
Well, it goes back to the whole thing, the left can't meme, right? The left doesn't know how to be funny. They've ruined comedy.
Yes.
And it's actually a very effective way to cut through and to get through people's guardrails and break through with actual information.
So when you talk about her accent, I have not seen anyone do any kind of a fake song or commercial or whatever utilizing the accents. They've got to be coming.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah, so
we need some more AI Kamala.
Yes, I played some AI Kamala a while back, didn't I? I think that I did.
Was that the Kama Chameleon?
Well, I was a comic chameleon yesterday.
Well, we played the AI commercials. Do you remember the AI commercials where
I
they
do.
spliced her in with real Kamala?
Yep,
Yes, I love that.
I did too.
Man, these are good times. How many of us are all of us dog owners? I know that Joan is. Johnny, I think, was at one point.
Right.
And then, of course, I know that I am and you are. I thought this was interesting, and I want to find out if you can relate to this. The vast majority of dog owners care more about their pet's health and happiness than their own. Chris?
No.
Not me either.
No.
But I see it all the
Here's the thing.
time.
Like, I love it. I love my dogs.
Yeah.
But they're the dogs. Like, I love pet people, but I have 4 kids, and you know what? The dog is going to stay in the dog role.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that because one phrase I'm sick of, puppy parents.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're not a parent.
Yeah.
And I guess I could turn it around and say, he looks so much like you.
So I already told you guys that I have the world's most beautiful granddaughter.
Yes,
and
you do.
I had her in, thank you, Johnny. I had her in a stroller, and my husband had my son's 2 corgis. He was walking the corgis, and I was walking my granddaughter. And we walked past these 2 ladies. You know, they're doing their hustle walk. You know, their
Power
stride,
walking,
power
sure.
walking.
Mhm.
And they stopped, and they were just fawning over the corgis. And I thought, I got the world's most beautiful kid right here,
Yeah.
and their interest was in the dogs.
Did you call him out?
I didn't.
You should have.
I should have.
should've.
Yeah.
You should have.
What
My
about
husband
this
tells me
child?
I'm a little too sassy, so.
Can you really be too sassy?
Not in this world.
See, I
Not
didn't
on
think
this
so
show.
either, but.
Especially when you're called Jane.
Right.
You know what? It's happened twice today. Now you keep bringing it up. I feel attacked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What are you going to do? Take my dog treats away?
No,
so
I will not.
Johnny is, speaking of dogs, has given Bandit
Glenna did.
some, Glenna and Johnny. Glenna made it.
Yes, you did.
Johnny delivered it.
Yes, I did.
I do take offense, though, to what was written on the bag.
What'd she say?
The Bandit of the family. And she put it in a star, by the way.
Very nice.
But can I just say that this dog jerky that Glenna made,
Smells good.
I may try this on the way home. It smells really good.
Hey, Bandit, it was really good.
That was my first reaction, too. I said, I am tempted to try this. After trying the other food that Glenn has made, I'm tempted to...
You know what, Chris? We could try live on the air.
You should do it.
Would you do it?
Johnny, are you prepared to take over?
Oh, forget it. Did you see what Chris just did?
What did he do?
Oh, he said, you do it first.
Okay, I'll tell you guys what. Hold on.
Here he comes.
Are you gonna try it on the air?
Right here. I'm going to go ahead.
Oh, my goodness.
This is jerky for dogs. I'm going to go ahead.
I bet you there's less processed ingredients than the new peanut butter and jelly M&Ms.
Pretty bland.
Is it?
Dogs will dig it, though.
The dogs will dig it.
Describe the flavor profile, Johnny.
I think bland pretty much covers
I think
it.
it does. I mean, it tastes like something a dog would eat.
What would you pair it with?
A dog biscuit.
Okay.
How would you know that it tastes like something a dog would eat? How would you actually know that?
Yeah.
Well, I'm one of those guys that, if somebody dares you to do something, I'll do it.
Okay.
So I have eaten a dog biscuit, and they're not.
They're not good either?
No, they're
now
not.
You're gonna
these might be that she's made because it's got cheese in it. I know.
Now you're going to get in trouble at home
I got the
because
biscuits.
you.
No, it's very good.
You called her doggy jerky bland.
No.
Okay.
No, because it's for dogs. Dogs can't have all that cool stuff that she puts in ours. You can't have the fiery inferno for some poor dog. Bandit would be running for the pool.
You'd be calling zero res.
Going, oh! Yeah, zero res.
I got zero res on auto dial, man. I got to tell you.
Good old Bandit.
But like people think I'm like saying that for the commercials. Bandit, I have never seen a dog vomit and poop more in my life than Bandit.
Especially when it storms, right?
And he never does it on the floor where it's easy to pick up. It's always on the carpet. I don't know why that is, but it drives me up the wall.
Is Bandit young? How old is Bandit?
I wish that he's older than he is, but I don't know.
You wish he was older than he is?
No. I wish Bandit was closer to death. Oh my God.
I did not want to elicit that response, honestly.
I'm actually
obviously
kidding.
not a puppy parent.
Yeah.
Dan's not going to go full Christy Gnome. Everybody chill out.
Come on, boy.
I
This is
love
where
my
the
dog.
clock store comes in.
No,
to the backyard. Come on.
I love my dog. He's wonderful. What's the question? Oh, he's like 6 or 7, I think.
Okay.
In dog years, which makes him what, 109? In like he's 5. Like he's been around for 5 human years. What does that make in?
Is it times 7?
35.
35.
I
he's still
math
young.
well.
Yeah, you do.
So
On the spot.
So how? What's the average lifespan of a dog?
Well, it depends. I mean, usually the bigger dogs have a shorter lifespan.
With the modern advances in veterinary care, you could be getting another 10, 15 years with Bandit.
Do you know what? Don't get me
Joyful
started.
years.
He won't be able to see or hardly walk, but he'll still be with you.
Amy and I already have a plan for when Bandit starts going south, and it has everything to do with me keeping my money.
Oh my goodness.
Man, this has really turned dark.
Oh, you think this is dark? Wait till the PD meeting afterwards.
You know, saying you'd let your dog die is probably not the best route to take.
A little rough.
You're not really connecting with the listeners, Dan, and certainly not connecting with the dog. Just so people know, I'm totally kidding. If I didn't, so now I'm getting defensive.
If you have to say it, you know.
Yeah.
If you have to explain yourself, you
Yeah.
probably just might want to keep your mouth shut.
Yeah.
On that note, Chris, what's coming up next?
Well, real quick, I do need to give a shout out to the Murfreesboro Padres. We got our first win last night.
All right.
And boy, did those kids celebrate. So congratulations
Well,
to
how did they
to the
celebrate?
team. Well, they were very excited. Everybody got team balls, and then we went out to Sonic.
No, very good.
Nice.
So shout out to Brooks and Bishop and the whole team over there. Today on the show, we're going to be doing the Trump Town Hall. I'm going to break down my thoughts on Tenet Media and Russia. Also, Karine Jean-Pierre versus Peter Doocy. We can't get this matchup enough. They say that we should cherish Biden before he's gone. I think we should really cherish Doocy and Karine Jean-Pierre.
It has been entertaining.
Oh, it has.
8:56 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. And, of course, fall is on the way. The pumpkin spice takeover has begun. And Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they've got some great offers for you. Now, they are your Rude Pro partner. And, man, do they have some great deals going on right now for you. How about a free Wi-Fi thermostat on qualifying new HVAC systems? You can actually control your HVAC from anywhere. How about a free whole home air filtration system with the purchase of 2 or more qualifying HVAC systems? Now, this is my HVAC and plumbing company, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Remember to check them out online, busybeehvac.com, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com. Dan Mandis here, and now is the time to call my friends at Cove Generators. Right now, they're offering you a free 7-year warranty. That's over $1,000 value. So if you've ever wanted a backup home standby generator, now is the time to do it, because you can save a whole bunch of money from Cove Generators. Plus, great financing options as well, now available to you. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in the state of Tennessee. So be prepared for the next power outage and call Cove Generators and never lose power again. 931-559-3311. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out and get that free 7-year warranty. 931-559-3311, covegenerators.com.